Here's a question. Can I... You gonna let me in? Am I gonna... Wait. Where is... Turn off the music again. There we go.
Any questions so far?
Would it be viable to only partially heal wounds with magic and then bandage them up so you're not using too much at once?
Did the stream kick off too? Fuck.
This also be better for the caster as well, because
I don't know what it is.
Someone, you're also depleting all your mana faster.
Which
For
could get you
that
mana
does not
sick.
need to do. Mana sick, mana burn, mana flow disruption, a lot of things. That healing could be used for other reasons in the future, because for some reason you decided to heal someone that's already fine or in a stable state. Trust me, magic is an easy way to get people healed up quicker to be ready for battle, but at the same time people forget the basics of medical. When it comes for stitching, first aid usage.
Oh.
Mal?
I was just wondering if you have ever seen an example of someone who has gotten overhealing from the opposite element of their magic. I didn't know if you have any examples or explanations of what happened for those individuals.
Can you speak up a little bit? It was kind of hard to hear that question.
Yeah. I was asking if you have seen any examples of individuals who've been overhealed by the opposite element of their own magic type, if you have any examples or explanations of what may happen for those individuals.
So that one is an interesting case. As a lot of you know, I could only do healing magic, including my fire. But for most cases, never risk that option if they're the opposite element. Even though mine could be healing, due to the fact of their race or whatever their element is, it's a disadvantage factor. It could still hurt them. Viviana?
If I remember correctly, because isn't it, I think it was part of Alphonse, or Professor Alphonse's class, he said that if you're using healing on an opposite element, it could mess up their mana veins pretty badly. It could fry them, I believe.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, but he has been around longer, so maybe it is true. Just don't risk the opposite fact.
If you're trying to overheal by accident because you don't know you're doing it in a panic and you're an opposite element, it's not out of the way, I don't think, but at that point, I think the person would be complaining about pain before that happened.
More than likely.
Can I vent I'll see some Eric can stream VRChat at the same time.
Assess the situation.
I'm pretty sure it's my internet.
Injury it is, what we're dealing with.
So I need to figure out why it's kicking me, because I'm using Wi-Fi. I have to use Wi-Fi right now. It's fast Wi-Fi, but it kicks off at occasionally intervals.
Most important thing
It's been pretty consistent once, like, per stream. It's weird.
Last thing we need is someone to panic, go over the head or something like that, overheal, underheal, start losing focus. But
it hasn't been the same time, though.
You guys will be out there together, so that way you guys have each other's back. Valkyries, you'll have every other house is watching over you while you try to heal somebody in battle. For example, I don't know, Stone is down, he needs mending. The rest of you guys will Cavalry, Centurion, Vanguard, defend while Valkyrie heal. But not all of you guys at once. Please, and I can't stress this enough, when someone is down, please give them space. Don't huddle all up together saying, are they okay to look? No. One or two, that's good enough. Give them space. Other than that, I think that's more or less that. Oh, yes.
I was going to say, you could frankly say specifically only Valkyrie and the current party leader should be the one checking on the person So Valkyrie to heal them and Cavalry to update what the current situation is.
Hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Yes.
Thank you, Daniel.
Honestly, I think from going on the missions, I'll probably request them to have like a head
VRChat.
medical and a team at least.
I'll definitely
Along
take
with
a
the
look
team
into it
leader,
more.
which will be selected from the cavalry members. And Irenaeus, I remember you mentioning that you would like to know the skills of other peoples, so that way you could as a cavalry, you would know what to position people, lead them to battle.
Their skills, abilities that they're best with, and what kills them.
I didn't have the time to mention that to the other professors. I do apologize. I was a little busy, but you guys all heard me with that. I think it will be best if all you guys got to know each other's skill sets and stuff, so that way when you guys go into actual battle, you will be more mentally prepared and also physically prepared. And then from there on, we could do some team exercises with cavalries, each one doing a little leadership role. Talk with other professors on that. I remembered it. It's so busy. Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, yes, I would.
Yes.
I think you just need to make sure to go off the chance of making sure people don't use a large potion for just a slash of the arm. Can try to make sure don't.
If I even see a large potion for the slash of the arm, you already messed up. If you get a paper cut and ask for a large potion, I will actually make you pick up a sandbag and start running around the school 10 times, and then pick up another sandbag and run around another 20 times.
Oh my gosh.
For that stupid question.
Understood.
Good.
I'm dying.
At least,
Oh, no.
for a kiss on the boob.
Oh no, I got a paper cut. I'm gonna die.
Truly depressing way to go, I suppose.
Oh, I'm wounded.
Has that ever happened?
Prime example.
Believe it or not, that's what I mean by the psychological part. There are some people who get overhealed to the point they feel like they need a larger potion for just a paper cut.
Yeah,
Oh my
Lord.
gosh.
That's part of it that you missed
Has
from the
that ever
beginning.
happened to you?
No.
Talking about the effects of
Despite me using my
people
healing
too
punches, I
used
still
to
let my body
healing,
rest
magical healing.
I see. Thank you.
Yes.
Alright. So I had a thought. It made me think about 2 missions prior when we had to save the town from what was formerly the town from those bandits, or the things we reviewed the other day.
Yes,
If we find civilians who kind of got their head kind of messed up like that, how are we supposed to deal with them? Thinking that they want like big potions for little injuries, because they might come to us in a panic.
First assess their injuries first, and you guys are the Valkyries. You guys will be the experts on this. Just because they say they need all this stuff, no. Check everything. Examine them fully. Make sure whatever they need is that exact amount. If they say they need more, don't.
And if you're unsure,
Yes, sir.
if you're unsure, you can also ask your cavalry member.
As well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
More likely that will happen a lot due to the fact they do believe they are in a life in this situation, so they are in the belief that they need to be healed to the point where they are not in that kind of state. They're in a panic. And also like the adrenaline kicking in, it's not gonna help.
Yeah, and I'm worried about our healers getting bogged down by multiple people thinking they got big old wounds and they only got little stuff, you know? 'Cause that's gonna hurt our time and getting to the people who really need it.
I have another question that might upset a few Valkyrie. Now, let's say we're on a mission, right? And someone is injured and our healer is not available. And it's a quite big open wound that may end up in bleeding out. Would burning it to seal it temporarily be acceptable?
Cauterizing a wound, it depends on where it is, along with how long it's been open for.
This is VRChat
Exactly.
serving me bad again.
Life or
Jesus
death.
fuck. Can I fucking...
We got our log.
Hey, buddy, you're talking kind of loud.
Can I hear your mind thinking.
Yeah.
Intrusive
thoughts for a
thoughts are
second.
winning again, I see.
It's okay, Arla. Don't worry. We'll have a talk about that.
I would also
Any
suggest
case,
to stop the
cauterizing
bleeding
does-
first before
is
you're
an
doing
option.
any cauterizing.
But yes, apply
Alright.
pressure first. So there's multiple options. If there is somewhat of Valkyrie on the way, apply pressure as much as possible. That way you can stop the bleeding.
What are we talking about?
From there, I'm gonna smack you later.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about. No, I'm joking. I need to have more sense of humor. That's what Siri said. Basically, what would someone do if there's no Valkyrie around? If there was a huge wound, like an open wound, you said?
Open wound to the point of they're losing more blood on the outside than inside.
And then they were talking
first
about
ruling.
catering.
Cauterizing.
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 Yeah, that's
Hurts
sorry,
like
Daniel.
hell,
Oh.
but it basically closes
No.
the wound up by
You're
you
not medical, you
burning the
wouldn't know.
skin and melting it together. It's not a pretty thing.
No, I couldn't imagine.
Efficient.
First, apply pressure. That's the first thing. If the Valkyrie's on the way, they can take care of it. If not, if you have the potential to cauterize it, make sure you apply pressure first, stop the bleeding completely, and then you cauterize it.
Good to know.
I don't know. I really like that
This is the biggest issue
vine.
I've
I really
ever
like
had.
that
If someone
vine.
gets shot in the
It's also
arrow
fun to do
by,
harmony
like,
on
an
that.
arrow or something, never remove that arrow because you don't know where it's punctured. You could cause. God, it hurts me every time I say. I can't believe I have to say this because it happens so many times. Just don't remove the arrow. Keep the arrow in so that way the arrow is keeping pressure on it too. Right now,
Yes,
like
this is
wherever's
true.
bleeding.
Until you immediately get to be able to do the triage
Yes.
stuff, right?
Basically
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
And then also, when you're finally ready to heal them fully, take the arrow out and make sure whatever kind of pieces was stuck in there, like shrapnels or whatever, take that out too, because I've seen people heal over shrapnels inside their body.
And that could be.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that's not good.
And that requires surgery afterwards to get it fixed.
Man, flesh is complicated.
It very much is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, very much.
It is very much is. I
Other
agree.
than that, that should be all unless someone else has more questions.
No, sir.
That was all I had to ask since, well,
I had a question, but that's more for one-on-one with you. You don't need everybody else.
Alright, we can say that for later. I have to talk with Tesla first, and then we can do that. Other than
It's
that,
not a rush
class
thing.
dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor.
Also, why are you cold? It is still in the morning.
Thank you for the lesson.
I did training.
Ah.
It seems I got here too late.
Please fine.
Yeah,
do our spa on second.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Blitz, before you disappear,
I would recommend you discuss it with
I need to
Professor
look at
Rivera.
that band real quick.
that
I
one.
can help you with that.
I would just
Oh,
suggest that you get Ironwood up.
Yeah,
The
I'm
pride
not-
and joy of Valkyrie, though.
Alright.
It's the pride and
Seems like
joy.
it might be important for you.
Make sure you spread the
I'm
pride and
happy
joy
as
as
best
you
you
can.
can, okay?
I was sitting in.
You just
Oh,
knowledge
I
of
wasn't really
greatness.
trying to obtain too much
You know what?
information.
Oh, you know what that reminds me of?
Just see
You know what
what's
that
going on.
reminds me of?
I might share my notes
What?
on it with you.
Get
later.
fucked.
If you're able to, I'll
Not
call
my
your session. I'll
problem.
just do whatever. So, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna go get some
Anyways,
fresh air.
Morris,
You wish to speak?
You're free for a moment to talk.
it's not among
Yes.
places, but I would like to drag you at least along to my room.
First, let's get out of here.
It's the least place I can
Shadowy poof is him.
Much better.
Pretty sure that's his fancy shadowy poof. That was correct.
It's nothing, you saw nothing. Ignore the shadows that are beckoning you to join them. They're not your friend.
And don't listen to the voices either.
Later, if you
Are people hearing voices? I should know
wanna
about this. It
learn
may be
more about
spirits.
more helpful cauterization, I can help you a little bit with telling you what parts you
do.
could cauterize. That way,
But you can see spirits,
to
can't you?
seal up the whole thing, you
Yes.
can seal an internal
Excuse
bleeding,
me. Excuse
which
me.
is not going to help anyone.
Oh shit.
Pardon? Pardon? Sorry.
Apologies.
Are you guys busy?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, not really. No.
You want to take the short way, Kokkuri.
Shit.
That is fine.
Where are you guys going?
I was just gonna.
Back.
I was gonna take him to the game room.
you want to come along,
come along? Awesome.
I didn't know how public you wanted certain information to be, so I figured I would ask you in private. I was told about a conversation you had with the Dreamweaver.
Ah. Yes. This is the dissemination of information that I'm hoping to have with the right people. We were going to gather at least who I believed and who we both believed would be advantageous to know at the moment. Some things I am uncertain of entirely. I do not wish to give false information.
Who else were you planning to go ask?
I assumed at least some of the professors and members of cavalry should know first.
I agree with that.
At least Professor Virtues already
In that case,
knows.
I can wait for that. I'd imagine his little Virtues doesn't know.
He was the one
I
who asked
mostly
me
wanted to ask about the contents of that conversation.
I was expecting to explain such things to the group, but if there is something you wish to know ahead of time, I'm willing.
I'm afraid I don't think I know enough to ask any specific questions. I've already told you basically all the details I know. Except for I don't know how the spirit of the Dreamweaver is here.
From what I can see, the spirit is bound to the artifact which he held before, and which is kept on the campus, albeit behind barriers.
I see. So they kept it. In that case, were you in the artifact room?
Yes, we were given permission from Professor Virtues.
Interesting. If you have additional conversations with the Dreamweaver, I'd like to be present for some of them. At least to pass along questions to you to ask.
I can see what can be done. We at least received more information
appreciate
because
that.
we were new. We're not involved in what happened to him in the Gorgon.
In that case, the spirit still has its own personality and its own desires and biases. That's good to know.
That is what most spirits are. Their personality and emotion tied to their mana that lingers.
Is there typically a loss of knowledge that comes along with a living being transferring into a spirit?
It would depend on the circumstances of death, the amount of mana that the spirit still has, and what it knew before it was killed.
See. When were you thinking of having that discussion?
I believe I need to speak with the others that were present, at least at the initial conversation, and then gather who we can, assuming that there is nothing else urgent going on at the moment.
As far as I know, that was it. I do think the only other announcement was Sayori taking place over Copperbeard. And if you would like to gather cavalry, I would suggest going and asking Sayori. They'd have the easiest method of gathering all of us at once, for whenever this happens.
I shall do that then.
She's most likely in her office, if she's not over here at the training area.
I believe I saw one that I need to speak to ahead of time, and then I will go speak to the professor. and we'll gather as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
He went this way.
That's still frozen too. Damn it.
Greetings.
Hi. Hello.
Forgive me. I hope I did not bother.
No, you're good. You're good. Did you need something?
I was curious whether you had seen Kyo come this way.
He did, and then he ran off. He went down the path.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
My apologies. May I ask your name again? I am trying to remember.
Say Briel. It's nice to meet you again.
Real. Kokkuri. A pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
You're of cavalry?
Yeah, I am.
Then, sometime tonight perhaps, I am looking to gather cavalry and some of the professors and speak on an issue. So if the Professor Sayori comes to see you, that would be why.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make sure to keep an eye out. Thanks. See ya.
Nations don't like each other doesn't mean that they have to constantly be in conflict either. They can even just, for example, just choose not to associate with one another. It's not the best option, but it is what some individuals do. The best example I can give is, well, to be more on, at least more honest here, more open. When it comes to assistance that I have garnered from individuals such as Virtue. Do I enjoy Virtue's
Paper cuts.
Or flower cuts? I don't know.
Kyo.
Yeah, well, flower petals hurt.
Oh, that makes more sense, actually. I think okay.
Should we see about gathering people for information discussion?
About what?
Yes. Information that we got last week.
And over the course of the week. Oh. It was said that perhaps we should ask Professor Sayori to gather people quickly. I was considering professors and members of cavalry. First, at least. I do not know if there are others you wish to know
would
ahead
make
of
a lot
time.
more sense.
I ain't scared of you.
Yes, that'd be a good idea if I can find.
Well,
I
you can actually
informed
go
Miss
with
Gio. Gio is
right
already in process of working with some things. But Winter would be a good person to find. Since he is the head of cavalry.
I'll come
Very
down
well.
and just see you are now in lab.
Are they in the bubble?
In the big arena.
Oh, in there.
There's-
Where do you come from?
I want to see this shit.
I don't know what
There's
you
the
are
professor
either.
as well.
You someone's pet? You can't talk like the other animals around here.
Oh, there is.
If no one claims it, it's mine.
Oh, okay. You know, understood. Understood.
Okay. I
like the
forget
bug.
which one was Blitz.
Hope you're doing well.
Hello, David.
Is one
Oh,
who is able
there's
to
Winter.
not only understand that there are times when you need to put your foot down
Hello,
and understand
Kokkuri.
that you're making a decision for the betterment of everyone, but also at the same time, you need to learn to be able to cooperate. You can't cooperate with
Winter,
individuals
may I bother you for a moment?
regardless of what sort of conflict
yes.
you may have.
I'm
just
hoping
going
to
to end
gather
up
members
causing
of cavalry for a information discussion, along with some of the professors.
Alright. That was just
I do not know the
when
best
is
way to
this?
gather.
Just getting a little bit more
Potentially as soon as possible,
insight, I
if
guess.
all
I
of
think
the
that was the word.
normal activities for the day are complete.
Leadership is always going to be a difficult.
Right.
And
Just give me just a moment.
Of course.
there is no guide to it. There's no lesson I can really give on leadership. It's more so just different aspects of it, such as just being able to listen and understand what the people who you are leading
Stretching,
are
mentally
looking
preparing.
for. It's a lot of communication and it's a lot of trust. And if you're lacking in either of those, then effective leadership can't take place. People that you are leading and the people that are following your leadership, there has to be equal parts communication and trust between the two of you. For example, individuals need to be able to trust cavalry such as Winter or even Reed, that they have to have that inherent trust that they're going to make the right
Tiara is
decision.
busy right now training people,
And
so
also at
I
the
spoke
same
to
time,
Winter.
you need to understand
Plenty of
if
other
they make
things.
the wrong decision,
Nice.
there's room to learn. But yes, he goes.
I do not like Irenaeus. However, will I tolerate him and listen to his orders? I have to.
Precisely.
Otherwise, I may die, you may die, people may die. I may not like him. I may not want to listen to him, but I have to. For the sake
You don't have to
of our
like the
mission.
person. You can just
Precisely.
tolerate them.
Because like I said,
Also,
I
apologies. Really don't mean to interrupt this, but you know what VRChat says? We've been looking for him, and also I kind of need him
I
now to
haven't seen
get
him at
cavalry
all.
together. Fucking bud. Well,
I'm
well,
going
they're both.
to-
Wait, that doesn't
Oh,
work.
yes.
We are both kind of bud-like.
Forgive me,
Fuck.
Professor. I wish to at least gather some of the professors and
don't we
cavalry
have, like, a
together to
magic
discuss
stone
what
that
we
you
learned
can,
last
like,
week and
reach
what
in,
I've learned
so you
over
don't
the
have to go
course of the
hunting
week.
around
That's what I said.
You do it then. I'm stopping you.
Then
Oh
I
my
will
god.
go ahead and see if I can find virtues then.
I am
Why don't
stuck
you use
in
the
a
magic
cult, you
stone?
know
Never
that.
mind. You know what? You know what? No, no. Let them
I think in some
teleporting
areas they call it a
Smith do it.
Discord.
It's more fun to terrify him.
Fair
I'll
enough.
let the
Right,
Flying
let
is
the
indeed
Anyways,
fun.
you did
teleporting
answer
bird
my
do it.
question. It's
What
just
is
some
that
things I'm
healing
thinking
class
about right now.
out of curiosity?
It's
Have
already
another day,
done.
Keo.
The overhealing class is already
It was
done.
that
So far, so good.
It was more about overhealing, making sure that you use more of the
Just,
triage. There's a couple things. I could go over with you
Hoping
real
this
quick.
thing of the time people we found out doesn't actually work out.
Speaking of which, I should attempt to find Cube as well, since he was there.
The only thing I can provide healing is just by making.
Yeah, go ahead and find Cube.
That's it.
then Fontaine picks it up.
Ah, good timing.
Leader and having leadership. And I'm getting mixed answers all over the place.
Open face like we talked about. With Meltguard. And it has the amplification ring.
It says, oh, I see. I'm sure you'll do this, though. I have faith in you, with an exclamation mark. By the way, have you seen Mal anywhere? I'm just looking for him.
Mal was in the healing class that we had for Ironwood. And then everybody kind of scattered. Maybe try the main room over there. If not, the library is usually somewhere he likes to be.
You still looking for virtues?
No,
Mal.
he's looking for Mal.
Oh,
It says much appreciation, Star. I'll go and check now. 1 moment.
Do you need
Just
help?
so you know. Oh, the flux. So you know, we are attempting to gather professors and members of cavalry to discuss what we found out, if you wish to attend that as well.
Wait, you found out something?
I've been attempting to over the course of the week.
Private, cavalry business.
Well, if you wish to know, Stone, I'm not opposed to you learning. It is something that I was told that we were allowed to tell people.
Hold on. You guys should probably talk amongst yourselves, and whatever you guys figure you can tell, you can let me know later. I trust you.
I talked to the headmistress to see if she can give me an answer as to where in the world Virtues is, and currently she has him out running a few errands. Basically, we just need to grab a few more things, just some resources for the school. So, in about 20-30 minutes, he'll be back.
That is fine. I was not certain whether he was entirely needed since he already knows this information. He was observing me the entire time.
That is true. But regardless, I do know that he's already informed me of what you all came across, so certainly interesting, I will say the least.
Hopefully at least some of it is useful.
Certainly.
Well, good luck on finding that out. I'm gonna go train for a bit. I'm gonna go,
Fair enough.
work on my
Best of luck.
thoughts. Thank you. Just be careful and be safe.
You as well, Stone.
Okay.
Well, he is still learning a few things. More so just trying to make sure he can at least embody, well, what it means to be a centurion. Certainly not an easy task, but he's doing good so far. Doing a lot better than, at least compared to how he started out.
Thank you for the follow.
I see. I can go ask if he needs a sparring buddy. We got nothing else to do anyways.
Go
Also,
right on ahead.
Mr. Fontaine, I am sorry about the morning moth incident. That was very accidental, I swear.
Morning moth
You're
incident.
fine.
Thank you. I will now go check on Stone. Good luck on your investigation or thing.
Thank you.
Yes, he accidentally, in regards to, well, Nako. Nako, to the best of my knowledge, was trying to be a bit, I guess, mischievous and shrunk themselves down to get on his shoulder, to which he had swiped unknowingly that, well, not knowing that Nako was there and kind of just sent them flying.
Ah, I see. Hopefully they're alright.
They are. They're, well, rather durable, that one. Both being a Fane and on top of that having at least a good bit of runic knowledge, they're able to at least keep themselves rather protected, but they're rather mischievous. I just hope that doesn't cause issues.
Does Professor Ironwood know of what we are doing?
I'm not too sure, but it seems like he's heading to the arena, so you might want to just catch him now.
I will do that then.
to know. I'll make sure to keep doing it then.
I hate you. You gotta make a hamburger,
Professor.
then you gotta make like the shish kebabs, then you gotta make the other thing.
Forgive me, I wish to let you know that Kyo and myself, as well as Cube, wish to gather some of the professors and members of cavalry, and others that may need to know about some information that we have been gathering over the week.
Actually, at Kokkuri, I think everybody in cavalry was looking.
Yeah, we could do that then.
Oh,
Fine with that. I just need to do a quick talk with Stone. Do you have a specific place that you wanted to heal?
I do not know for certain. I would not be surprised if they wish to gather in the cavalry room.
Are you okay if we share notes with him?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah,
Not opposed.
I'm okay with that. It's up to you.
Then I'll meet you guys there.
Yes.
Does Miss Sayori already know?
I made sure to check with other people about it already.
I trust
so I
your
got all
judgment.
I'll let her know.
Yes, I had not been able to speak with her yet.
Unless you'd like to.
What's going on?
Hey, Stone.
What's going on?
I'm saying hi.
We'd like to use the cavalry lounge to have a meeting.
Yeah. I'm just kind of. Oh,
Just informing you.
Yeah.
Did you need him?
Stone, would you need to talk?
Who?
Give me about 5
Oh.
minutes. Go ahead and gather
No.
everyone.
It's not a crazy question. Just over here.
You'd like to come with me, Kokkuri? We could just gather the rest of cavalry and go in.
Very well.
I was gonna make a funny, but that religion doesn't exist here.
Yes.
We're gonna be gathering in the cavalry room.
Wait, what?
I see.
Do you know where any of the others are?
No, I
Cavalry
don't.
going
I
where?
will spot lads and then
We're going to
I
the
will
cavalry
take a
room.
flight around and see if I can spot them.
Again? God
And I
damn it.
shall get them towards there.
There's
But you
new
know,
information on it.
Sayori is in charge now.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I can't.
It's not just that.
Good luck.
And also, Miss Sayori said be there.
Good luck.
What do you mean? Good luck. Hey, also
Aren't you
cavalry. I am too, but I meant good luck because you had a negative reaction.
It has little.
Hey.
Wait.
I was about to say, it's like,
You have a lot of
her, yeah.
Hey.
Yes,
Hey,
I do.
guess what?
So if I poke you with this.
Perfect, there's Winter.
Hey, Keto,
Don't
want to
even-
want to have a harmless
Don't
experiment?
even think on it.
I did let Winter know ahead of time.
Thought it. You can't be mad at me for thinking.
Oh, did you? Good on you.
Then get out of your head.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll get it back into your head. You're a grown ass man. Make your own choices.
I have no idea.
I'm just letting you know.
Cicada or grasshopper?
I didn't think
Oh,
this
it's
through.
just
I
a
don't know what to
beetle.
do with it now.
We can just keep
Oh,
walking.
whatever.
Hello, Winter. You're just in time.
I'm going to
I'm aware.
cavalry.
I'll be in the cavalry room in momentarily.
Perfectly. Hey, Winter.
Sable I didn't know yet.
I don't know what to do with it anymore.
Kyo.
Because I hadn't told Sabriel yet.
Over here, Kyo.
Susan. Oh, you are. Okay.
Over Kokkuri.
Keep slipping on the floor.
Ah. Yes, that is Kyo.
I'm sorry. The shadows are claiming me
Hey,
again. I can't stop
Kokkuri, I'm sorry. I don't know. My mind has been all over the place. Places for me. I'm sorry. Kokkuri, Kyo.
There's a lot
I'm
of
fine,
people
it's
that have very similar names and a lot of K's, and surprisingly now.
Yeah, it's like Xandar,
Listen,
Xander.
there's Gio, and then there's my name. You both get yourselves confused a lot of the time, because once our names are called, you both look towards the name being called.
I'm like Xander and Xandar.
Don't get me started.
Yeah. I would actually ask you after you're done before you do that. When you can't, you say you practice meditation, right?
That is correct.
I was actually doing it of the week, probably not today. If you have the time or later down the week, you can teach me meditation.
I can certainly do that, at least to the best of my ability, if you wish. Though at least for the moment,
Yeah,
I should be
thank you.
gathering for the meeting. But I will be glad to.
Yeah, thank you.
Organics
Certainly.
don't do zap zap. Come on, Bug. We're going to the cavalry lounge. You're my pet now. My new beetle.
I'm sure they'll be beating each other as often as they can.
I went the wrong way, but that's fine. I'm not good with directions.
I'll be there in a moment. Let's go to the dining room real quick.
Okay. We.
Ooh.
Kokkuri,
Thank you.
you okay?
Yes. I can be distracted by my flame.
You know what? You know what I say to that? You know what I say to that? Fuck you.
Oh.
Are you joining us in the Cavalry Lounge, Keo?
Let's go.
Yes, I'm involved with it.
He was assisting with the information gathering.
Where did friend go?
You let the bug into the...
I go by Reed.
You need a pet.
Or
I don't
one
need
calls
to
me.
leg.
Is there a reason?
It is my pet. You touch it, I
Hi.
hurt you.
Thank you.
Does it need to be
Apologies,
in
I'm
the
gonna
room
have
for
to
this
like do a
conversation?
discussion soon.
Don't know. It kind of just followed me.
If you don't know its
I'm chill with
origin,
it.
get rid of it.
No,
I
he's
was already
friendly.
in the school to begin with.
Doesn't need to be in this room right now.
This menace isn't here. I'd eat it. Hope he's doing good with his aunt.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
you're
bothering
welcome.
anyone.
You
What's your deal with
as
the bug?
well. Kokkuri?
Magic exists, Onyx.
Thank you.
If you don't know the origin of something, you don't know
I
its
was not
intention.
expecting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have these this way.
Make sure
It
you
could be
talk face to
listening.
face.
Yes.
I didn't think
It
about
could
that.
actually have a will.
Hmm.
It could be a construct. Can you tell?
I
could also
think
be a
as a
familiar.
construct, I'd be able to tell, yeah.
Is it a construct?
Oh, it's organic.
I know that at least Professor Ironwood wished to attend.
It's a bug.
Yes, that is true.
There are fleshy organics, fleshy constructs.
Oh, well.
Reaches into the ribbon and pulls out a little notebook.
Fontaine's bird's a good example. You can see out of
That's
its
the one I was
eyes.
thinking of.
Bingo bongo. Spot on purpose.
I did let Cube know, but that was before we decided where to go.
Fine. We'll ask
Trying to go up from?
our new leader about it.
I can do so briefly.
Lounge.
You snooze, you lose. It's mine.
So we should get more.
Alright.
Oh, pardon me.
Cavalry, replace
No,
it.
Mm.
You didn't know they didn't know what cheese was.
They just, or mostly, I guess it was overwhelming information as to being
Cheese
explained.
alone isn't going to cause them issue. Stress of other factors will.
So you know we have
Yeah,
gathered
they had
most.
no idea.
Though, has anyone seen Cube?
Am I gonna get in trouble
Not
for
at
the
the
ML
moment.
situation? By the way.
No, you're not.
No, I'm asking them.
He
People
told
are
them
mostly
cheese
gathered, Winter.
was made out of milk, and then they passed out.
What? Oh no.
That's what I want to know.
He thought it was me. I didn't do shit.
Are you? Well, because Fontaine said so. Are you okay?
Yes. We have been gathering cavalry members for a meeting.
Yes. Right. Back to the no Fontaine. At first. We can't say.
I see.
I could not find him. Winter was still sitting by the arena.
Winter did not want to be present for it since he said he was too busy.
Ah. Understood.
Well, his loss, I suppose.
Yes. If you wish to start Kokkuri.
Very well.
Thank you.
For those who are aware of the cult that we are dealing with, last week, Kyo and I, along with Cube's help, decided to attempt to speak with the spirit of the Dreamweaver that is connected to the artifact within the artifact room. Under the Professor Virtue's guidance, of course. We were seeking to try to gain more information and potentially exercise the spirit. Well, it unfortunately seems that gleaning the spirit itself may take much longer than expected. We did at least gain some information. It seems as if the Dreamweaver is no longer on the side of the cult, and the father that apparently runs it. Given his current circumstances, he feels as if he has been cursed and attached to that artifact, and from what I can tell, that does seem to be the case. There are actually shackles made of mana surrounding his spirit and keeping him attached. I've been attempting to draw from the artifact and potentially glean the spirit itself. It is potentially doable from what I have seen, but it is a very slow effort. The artifact itself seems to replenish. I've been cautious in order not to cause the drawbacks associated with the artifact itself, so I've been going nightly in order to draw what I can and then pull back before it attempts to pull from me. For some reason, it seems as if it is hiding a significant source of mana that it does not show openly. Either that, or it is pulling from a source that I do not know yet. It does not seem to be drawing from the spirit itself. Instead, when I attempted to glean the Dreamweaver, the artifact's mana protected him, and did not allow me to do so. There are potentially a few reasons for this, though I am uncertain what they might be. At least specifically. It could be a form of curse, one that the Dreamweaver is subjected to because of failure. This may potentially be out of spite by the creator of the cult who gave him the artifact. This could also be a reason that his spirit is needed for something in the future. And the mana from it is not allowed to be let go until that purpose is confirmed. Goes and picks up a notebook she left. Go ahead.
Alright. As it was noted, there's also a artifact the Gorgon had, which apparently the satyr had a deep love for. That artifact was shattered, and we found out by the satyr her soul as well has not moved on. As there's been called the cycle, where the spirits are able to go through rebirth. That has not happened with the Gorgon. Apparently, as this is a more of a, I guess, what's the word? Idea for right now. When her artifact was broken and she died, the father pulled her soul and her mana back to himself. Any general he creates or those under his command he gives an artifact most likely are now shackled to his command until he sees their good to be released. But this is only an idea for right now.
There was not... we could not gain every bit of information, and there was only certain amounts that the Dreamweaver could tell us properly. It seemed as if whatever curse he is upon also physically keeps the spirit from being unable to say certain things. Though from what I could tell, I am at least somewhat versed in speaking with spirits and understanding their reasons for being. He seemed to be mostly honest with us. He does not wish to be tied down, but he feels as if we would be unable to free his spirit, and that being tied to the father of this cult, as they call him, is no different than being stuck forever.
Do we even know if we kill this bastard, if they'll even be free? Or are we just damning them at the same time?
This would assume that...
That we have... No, go on.
I at least know, and can tell you from what I have learned over my years dealing with spirits, that mana is never truly lost, and a spirit is simply a mana connected to consciousness and personality, and emotions especially. I do not believe what the Dreamweaver said of the Gorgon's spirit being completely obliterated. He seems to think that that was the case, but my order believes that there is no such thing.
Recycled.
Yes, everything eventually returns to the core of the planet to re-enter the cycle of rebirth. If this has not happened yet, despite death, the spirit is being kept elsewhere. That is what I believe, at least. And for some purpose, most probably similarly to why the Dreamweaver is still here, and I am not able to draw from him.
This as well, we found something out about the father entirely. Due to how he's able to do these kind of abilities, we found out the generals have seen the father face to face, yet they've never truly seen his face. He always wears a robe and hood over him. But this was out of pure honesty and even surprised us. The father uses all kinds of magic, not just one.
This would seem to be
So
impossible.
whatever he did,
but at least from what we were
seems to be.
discussed. Yes. The Dreamweaver said it was like looking at a well with every kind of mana inside of it. Though considering that the core should be the only means of such a thing existing, or perhaps certain artifacts given what the Dreamweaver staff can do. I have been considering the fact that the father of this cult may be some sort of construct. Some sort of...
Make more sense.
Yes. And a natural creature created to be able to compartmentalize all kinds of mana. This is the only immediate explanation.
Of pulling the general's spirits after death. Of how he obtained all of the different types of elements.
I also considered the idea that the father could be an artifact himself, if not just a construct. Perhaps a vessel for others with varying mana that could support them all. This would be a repository for collective knowledge while keeping the collective a secret. I am uncertain whether something like this is doable.
We've already seen that they have other constructs, the steel and fire ones. Makes sense that those could be prototypes.
The other thought is simply that
issue
this
is,
person
I don't know
is...
if they're prototypes or not. There's also other areas those constructs are being made. I also asked the Dreamweaver if he knew the location of it. That he cannot fully answer on us. Because of course, he can't answer everything truthfully, because whatever the father's doing is stopping him. At least the artifact, at least.
He also said that all the generals work independently, so sometimes he would not actually know what they were doing in certain areas. But he did say that there were plans for each region. What they were, he did not seem to know. There's most probably a general for every country.
Does he know the
As we know right now,
of the regions?
Forgive me.
yes. I can explain this in more summary.
Listen to.
Each general is independent and does their own thing. Right now, we've only known there's 3. One was the Gorgon, the Satyr, and the one that was seen in Israel, the Archer. As we were told, the Archer is the father's most favorited son. Which means if we do anything with the Archer right now, even though he's within Israel, it can cause the entire school to be targeted by the father.
It also appears
This
as if
was
the
discussed
Archer
a
was
little
being
bit.
used to disseminate information to the other generals. As at least the Dreamweaver said that the Archer was the one to speak to them all.
Either high favor or he's the most mobile of them.
It's an Archer to sumo mobile.
And I found out the reasons they may be going for Israel as well. Right now, Israel has no leader. It's under a council. This is the time for the cult to do its most damage as it can. Try and take over from the inside. go through I guess, certain areas of Israel slowly and surely before shutting everything down, causing much disrepair. Israel is the one place with Magitech that can go across the entire, vast isles. If Israel falls, there goes any other islands kind of support, I guess. Hitting Israel will hit the world hardest. It'll affect everything.
With all of this said, I am, at least for the Academy's sake, quite concerned about the artifact itself, considering I have still learned very little about it and why it is doing what it is doing, and especially how it can continue to regenerate itself when it should be separated and not be in use. I've been considering the idea that, aside from the artifact hiding a wellspring of extra power and only exuding a portion at a time, that it may also be drawing from a source within the Academy, either another artifact or a person. So it may be best to be on the lookout for those that seem, or at least have seemed somewhat drained, or potentially if any items of power have been drained in the last week, and so forth as I am at least attempting to continue to draw from it. He has been observing.
It'd be easy enough to tell.
Look at what made.
It'd be easy enough to tell with the artifact. Either virtues or we can see mana.
I'm unaware. I feel like he would have already done that, though.
He has been the one observing every time I have entered in order to draw from the artifact itself.
Maybe it's only visible whenever it's actively trying to drain or something. And so you're not going to see it unless it's actually doing it.
I thought it was because of my existence there.
There's more artifacts out there.
Speaking of which...
Hello, Professor.
I'd like to see it while you're doing this.
Yes. Come on. Get out of the corner. Virtues.
Yes. I suppose that would be a inquiry for Professor Virtues.
Go in the middle.
I'm not allowed to give permission for such things.
They have questions for you.
Oh. Well, good timing regardless, Virtues. We were asking questions about what exactly the Dreamweaver's artifact looked like with the site.
What does it look like?
Mana-wise.
As I have been attempting to drain from it.
Kokkuri has a theory that it's drawing energy from the Academy.
Mana-wise, it's mostly nature, but with a mix of everything. As of now, it hasn't been trying to steal any mana from the Academy, but that's because we have it contained. If it was uncontained, that would be a different story.
There is the matter that it can be.
From everything around it if it was uncontained.
One more time.
Would it be trying to draw from everything around it if it was uncontained?
Potentially. This artifact, unlike the lantern, is passively doing it, so it's not as aggressive. Furthermore, it's mostly doing with organics going to sleep, unlike the lanterns, which were sucking the very mana from the ground itself. So it's more of a problem for people than it is for objects.
That, and there's also going to be more artifacts out there.
Yes.
A lot more than just the 3.
I was considering the idea that, if not from within the Academy itself, that the artifact is also drawing from some sort of parent source outside of it that can somehow extend through the entire Academy's barriers. Considering that spirits have been able to find this place, and especially spirits that they have created and sent themselves, that means that they know how to... they know where to send the spirits in order for them to find this place. That is concerning. They may also be using these spirits as another source.
Virtues, I also have a question.
Go ahead.
How many artifacts from the cult do we currently have?
Well, we have one intact one, and he takes out a bag. Thanks to Jijo, we have the shards of the remaining second one right here.
Out of curiosity, the second one, have they any prominent magic?
Did it have any prominent magic?
Yes.
No, the fragments are dead.
Completely inert.
Well, that's...
We have plans with the shards, though. We just can't reenact it just yet. We are planning on...
Earlier today, Gio gave me, well, showed me, she took the picture of a drawing of what we best think were the runic language on the shard of this artifact as best as possible. Naturally, we don't have all the pieces, and we didn't connect the pieces together in order to make sure they didn't actually connected. But we have a rough idea of what the runes looked like when the artifact was intact. And in my best opinion, it's bizarre. There's runes of different spells on here that are connecting that shouldn't be together. It's a hodgepodge of different things.
One that was clearly noted was a rune of clairvoyance.
Yes.
Makes sense.
And what exactly does that do? Specifically.
Clairvoyance lets you observe things from far away, in layman's terms.
Yes.
As we noted, the Gorgon once already knew about us from before.
Does the rune of clairvoyance mean that the lantern can be viewed from far away, or that the person using the lantern can view others from far away?
Clairvoyance lets the person who writes the rune see from far away, rarely the user, so it's most likely the person who made it was seeing from far away, not the Gorgon themselves.
Considering it seems that their items were given to them directly from the father of this cult, it may be likely that they were able to see everything.
It's also maybe likely that all of the generals can be watched through their artifacts.
Not too surprising there.
Which goes back to an earlier point of, you mentioned, of the school being targeted by the cult. I believe it's too late for that.
That, and it may not be just generals anymore that have the artifacts.
True. They wouldn't be able to know our general location with clairvoyance. Clairvoyance lets you see from far away location, but it doesn't tell you where that location is. We don't exactly have any common landmarks here. As for the spirits, we had a spirit attack well before we even interacted with the cult. Now, while that might be, they might already know the location before we interaction, it could also bear the fact that the spirits are being pointed in a certain direction, and they're being drawn to it like a magnet. Now, whether this father knows where the spirits are going exactly or not is hard to tell. But what is clear is to say is, if our location is truly compromised, why hasn't he strung a full scent of attack, rally his armies, rally his troop, and just crushed us already? we're only learning, coming to this conclusion now. They've had more than 8 months to prepare. Yet.
Maybe they don't have enough information. They don't think they can do it yet.
I'm not sure if we understand the enemy enough to make any sort of conclusion on why they would or would not attack.
I
No, but
second
it's still
that,
a
which is
valid
why
question.
I don't understand why we still don't go after the one we know where he is. Oh no, he's Daddy's favorite little son. Worst case, we already have a target on our ass for killing 2 of them.
That's not.
We don't know where he is exactly. Liz.
Yes.
Okay. It made it sound like we knew where he is.
He
We
is
just don't
real.
want to touch him to piss off the wrong person.
No, we
It's
know
thought he's in
generally
Israel.
that he might be in a certain area, but we don't have any confirmation. Plus, there's
we
bureaucracy,
go.
politics, and etc., etc.
There's also the fact if he is used to transport information around between the generals, it means he has a way to get around different regions, either incredibly quickly or without being seen. Either of those would make it difficult
And
to
as
actually
noted,
find him.
the cult's 2 targets right now is Israel and Neptunia.
Can I point out something big that a lot of you might be missing? If he's used to transport information and he is currently in Israel, what's the part we're going to mention where there might be a second general he's actually transporting the information to?
I mean, that's the one thing I've been thinking of. There might be now new generals that we don't even know about.
We should at least be
They've had 8
expecting them.
months. They've had enough time.
By the sounds of things, there is at least like 3 generals at play. If what's correct, they work independently, well, split up into multiple regions, do multiple operations simultaneously. Hey, one could even be a decoy for all we know.
They may be, just that.
Out of
Seems as
curiosity, are there any Israeli council members that only recently joined?
The most recently acquired council member is Mika, because she took the role from her mother. But even recent was, God, 15, 20 years ago.
Fortunately, even that's not. We can't say that's too far. Because we don't know how long they've been building toward this sort of thing. Especially with the thought that father is a construct, or any other long-lived species, time and how long this has been building might not have been an issue.
It's not Mika.
I can agree with him. It's not Mika, because to my knowledge, Mika, she's been not locked, but mostly spent her times in the tower most of the time, so.
She's a natural hermit, but even then she's also revealed herself multiple times during the festival.
Yeah, knowing her for a long time, I can say that she's not those type of people.
And it's very unlikely it would be any of the original council members. Those were all picked by Mentos, and well, that would be playing
Mentos has gone for how fucking long?
50 years.
My point stands.
However,
that thought spawned from what it was said before of trying to an external and internal takeover of Israel.
Now imagine this. Israel has no leader right now.
To take over Israel. At least from the other 2 attacks, they seem to be stirring up trouble and trying to find mana. No indication they want to take over the kingdoms they were raiding.
Here's the problem with taking over Israel.
Want to take over. Yes,
You've all seen the construct known as Songbird, correct? Mentos creation.
Which one is that one again? Redell.
Female figure, iron cage area, purple crystal core.
One who was at the
Now imagine
tournament.
this: the cult tries doing issues. Songbird is
Good gracious.
fragile. Her mana is unstable. If they were pulled from her at all, that would signal for Mentos' return. They had screwed the cult over immediately.
How do you
That would
know all
force
this?
Mentos to probably return. I've done my studying and I've learned some things.
Virtues.
Right.
How many councilmen did you say have joined since the last past? I'm going to say about 100 years.
What was the question?
How many councilmen have joined since the last past 100 years?
Last 100 years? For Israel?
Yeah.
There wasn't a council at all till 50 years. The other 50 years it was just Mentos. The council was basically formed when their ruler kind of fucking dipped.
Are you sure he dipped and wasn't just, executed or assassinated?
No.
We would have found a body if he did, not a note.
Yeah. It would have been
Let's get rid of the body.
Trust me, it would take a lot to randomly kill him.
Yeah, to my knowledge,
Wouldn't be
yes,
quiet at the very
it would.
least. We got an explosion or some shit, and not from their assassin.
The easiest method for a general of this cult to be able to navigate through Israel without being seen and without having much of a presence would be that they are already there on the inside.
I'm not agreed. However, the second layer does also have a crime family problem.
That I can say that has been an issue for a long time down there. So
Undercity, most likely. The easiest way to get through.
hence, the lower area has been pretty bad since the pollution is bad down there. Which
It's also the easiest way for the cult to rally their troops as well and get more people.
Yeah.
Maybe we're still looking at the wrong target.
Perhaps, yeah.
You think they're going to focus on Neptunia first?
No. I think Israel is their goal. But I think we're all looking at the general in the wrong place. The general just has to give commands.
Yeah.
It could easily be said that one person under his lead could be on the comms, so while the other one is in the crime family. He's giving the orders to those two for him to carry out, so he can stay under the radar.
Seen as the Israeli issue. Meanwhile, the cult's not doing a single finger yet, still making actions.
There is also the current, since we're bringing up the council member, council problem. Dolan, the current overseer of the second layer, is kind of in hot water because of a certain incident came to light. So the council is kind of under fire right now as they're trying to deal with that.
Oh, fantastic. They're already in a vulnerable position.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
But it also gives us time to make actions as well.
Potentially.
It really doesn't, considering we don't have enough information.
Even if we were right and it is council member or something like that, how do you go about even trying to handle that? We can't just walk into Israel and be like, the council member's fucked up. It's not gonna, work.
No.
It's more along we gotta have proper proof saying that they did something bad. So it would take a lot of
We need
time.
the council on our side.
Yeah.
wrong.
Do they have any
No.
outstanding problems currently they're dealing with we could take advantage of aiding them with? It's a good way to get trust with the councilmen if we solve their problems. Why I mentioned investigate these ships that are being broken in Neptune. We get standing for helping them, and we're allowed to investigate what we want to investigate in the first place.
That's also
Let's see.
conversation.
Well, with Dolan under siege, the second layer would probably be in, well, somewhat chaos. The head figure is currently under trial. That means there'll be some disorganization, rally of troops, etc., etc. Not to mention, some of the crying heads will probably be trying to make a move now. Trying to get more power while there's a little gap of it.
The reason why
So,
getting a
we
councilman
could
on our side
potentially
would
offer
be a
to
bad
help
idea is
to
because
quell
we
the
don't know
chaos in the
who
second layer, and while also doing take
the
I think that'd
councilman
be a
is.
wonderful
Because
idea.
if there's a traitor among them, we don't know who.
That's true.
It sounds
Even if we could
overall
try to flush it out.
like it's summarizing into just
Well,
we need for something to
if I do
happen.
able to go back, I may able try to talk to Mika because she's head of the medical stuff.
Opportunity, yes.
Had a
So-
plan, actually. I was told to not fully discuss this yet, but if we did
And
go
while we wait,
send
we
some
can
students to
investigate the
Israel,
Dreamweaver,
it has to be those of Israeli people or residents.
which
That way
I'd
we
like
can
to
have
be
things to
there the
cover
next
up
time you draw
certain
from
things.
it. I want to see it.
Would that be allowed, Professor?
Then you brought that. I am one of.
As long as you don't try
Israel's,
anything.
David, Tess,
What would I try?
Rupert.
Lance and I go there enough that
There's two
Virtues,
not
under
being
the
in there with the
circumstances,
winter and
I do believe in this has a threat to a serenity as well.
So more line the best.
So him attempting to do anything would be in the wrongdoing of him.
You guys have to play a very hard biting your tongue.
This one's going to be more of a political view.
Obvious.
I'm not saying he couldn't go, I'll just give him the general warning I gave these two as long as they don't try anything stupid.
And I would simply ask that, if I do say so, please leave the room immediately. Both of us would need to. Otherwise, at a certain point, the artifact begins to draw mana back, and it may pull from you.
Not to mention, although the Dreamweaver is being somewhat neutral now, if he ever decides to get hostile, well,
The way we could is by sending
those
Israeli
do have a
students
tendency of reliving trauma to
That
his
wouldn't be
program.
possible.
I could tag along with them.
Hold on.
You're missing another crucial point. What just happened? What just happened in Israel? What did we all
It was getting harder to hear you.
where all our names were thrown around?
Right.
The tournament.
I said, while the Dreamweaver is being, let's call it neutral right now, we do have to keep on and make sure he doesn't return to hostile. Ghosts have a tendency to make people relive trauma, whether they like to or not.
And he is tied to a very intense emotion.
I hadn't known that.
People who could operate under shadows.
Ghosts cannot do anything physically to you,
Yes, I know.
but they can mentally strain you.
Yes.
Are we capable of seeing the mana that the ghost has, if not the ghost itself?
You should be able to see a trail, like a after effect. It's not as accurate as the living, but it's something.
Excuse to look.
It will also be important that
Fontaine,
if at
are you
any
here?
point you or you hear about any others having any visions or strange occurrences around them, please let me know, since it could be the matter of a spirit, another that has been sent here.
have an answer.
I know you have the
Hmm.
answer. Out of all
I
the
can pass
paperwork
along the
filled out,
information,
how
yes.
many of our students were all the students listed in all the paperwork?
Yes. I've been able to draw very little at a time and then immediately pull back out of the room so it would not try to take any back. It still seems to replenish itself, but not to an entire degree. It will take a very long time to drain it properly. I'm hoping to at least get to the point where it can no longer
ambient mana
protect
out of
the
the room?
Dreamweaver with him.
Why do we need to keep any
I am
of their
uncertain what it
listings?
is drawing from exactly.
Listings private.
It does not seem to be from the direct
We might
artifacts
have
in the room with it, which is why I was considering
they want to do
perhaps
an investigation
somewhere else
in
within the
Israel, but
academy,
the thing
either
is,
something or some person,
not only is the
or
private,
potentially other
the
spirits that have been
paperwork
sent
is
here.
in the open, but the fact that
If
everyone's
it's drawing for
name and
something, we should
face
be
has
able
been
to see
protested.
at least the
So
direction it's
it's
being
one of
drawn
those
from.
situations where
It is either that, or it has a very large amount of stored mana and simply only shows a very small portion of it at a time.
It's kind of that way for everyone else.
Yes, because
We do not know the
that
full
is true,
capacity of
'cause
how
in
many
Israel,
people lost
at
their
least
lives
the
to it
section that we were
before
in,
it got into our hands.
more than likely,
So that's definitely a
everyone who's
possibility.
participated in that
I am
tournament
hoping that
as
at
well
least
as
by drawing it
everyone
little by
who's
little, I am
just there at the
relieving
festival
some
from
spirits
school,
from its
more than likely they have
grip.
For the participants, they absolutely have their paperwork.
Like it's
Because,
purgatory.
well, they had to make sure they had that for
How
medical
morbid.
reasons if they needed treatment. As for
It's a morbid topic.
It is against the natural
students who are there
cycle
just
that all
merely
should
for
go
the
through.
festival, they shouldn't have their paperwork. Because, well, why would they need it? Now, as for
Is that a
the only
teaching from
problem,
the
though,
order
is
you
that
mentioned before?
Still, everyone has seen
Or
it.
personal belief?
Both
The order teaches
competitors
it, but
and
it is also the
non-competitors,
truth.
so that
All mana and all people
really just doesn't help us out.
go back through the planet once they
To
die.
answer your question, yes. If
To become
we
a spirit is
need
to be separated from that cycle for a
pretty
time.
much just make any sort of things from their records private, then we technically could. Though that's more
I suppose that
of
follows.
a department for that one or the headmistress because
Indeed.
I don't really have the power to do
I will
so.
at least continue the process
more
as
the
long as I
fact
can,
that
if that is all right,
from
Professor.
Israel.
Of course.
Here's the issue,
Thank you.
though,
As
with
long
us
as you're
being so
safe.
late on it. One, who
I will
said
be
that
Are you
careful.
intending to do it somewhat soon,
Two, it gets
or more
really
during the
suspicious
night?
that we're abruptly ripping it away without a valid excuse.
I have been attempting to try at nighttime.
That is true.
That's why.
At least be
And
consistent
worst
with
case
it,
mind,
so that it does not have the capacity of replenishing
there
itself
is also
fully,
the factor of,
in case it is drawing from something.
while we can probably get it past Oswald,
Your prayer is a
we're
spell
not
in
going to get it
nature,
past the other
correct?
council members.
In a sense,
That's why
it is at least an ability that I can
Because
perform.
keep in mind,
The
Oswald,
mantra simply allows
I
me to
kid you
focus
not, I'm
that.
pretty sure I can just keep him busy for like a day,
Well,
and we could just have
spells
someone
can
go to his office
also
and just
technically
grab
be
the records.
countered.
However,
At least judging from
when
the
it comes
conversation I
to
had
someone who's
last
a
with
little bit
Fontaine.
more, how do I best put this?
So there
Not
might
easily
actually be
distracted like Miss
countermeasures in
Mika,
place
it's
for
not gonna happen.
that can affect praise.
There does seem to be, at least at a certain point, it does attempt to draw back from me, like a tug of war. I have been cutting myself off and leaving the room as soon as that happens, so it cannot take anything back.
Well, that's
Also,
two of them down at least.
Given that most
So
likely
that
you'll
leaves
lose.
one or two more.
Another worst
I do not wish for it to
case.
gain anything
You said
back.
it yourself. Those who weren't in the tournament don't have their names written down, and a few people in the tournament didn't quite give the right information.
I wonder
So there's
though,
a bit more wiggle room with that.
how long can it keep
Why I
preparing
kept my
itself?
face covered the entire time during the
That
fight.
is what I am curious about.
Reserves will run. So
Well,
eventually
keep
his
in mind,
reserves
Blitz,
will
even if
run
you
low.
It may be a very
But
long time,
whether or not
but
that's a
it is doable.
realistic schedule for us depends on how deep this well goes.
Your face covered all its
It could be in the
throughout
scale of
festival too.
drawing from it for a
You'd
year
have
or from
staff
100
there
years.
anyway. The one would have been
I can
found
attempt to
dead
be
by-
swifter going forward.
Plus, like I said,
See whether it
I have
changes
my own
anything,
means
but I will
to-
continue to leave as soon as it begins to
Just
pull
because you
back.
avoided people doesn't mean that they can still get the
It's
information.
possible I might be able to see how much you actually pull from its store.
That's why I say I have my own means.
You can give an estimate at least.
The first thing when
No, I know.
That would be useful.
Provided it doesn't have stores I can't see.
That is what I am
said,
concerned
I
about.
have my own
Mind.
ways
to
I would
not be
also like to
recognized.
see this in
Shadow
progress.
magic does have its wonders, after all. Like I said,
Fair enough.
not my first
Considering
rodeo.
I am
especially
it's
fine
of
since
with
its
this,
spiritual
but I will
nature,
recommend
and
keeping a party of
True,
max
I will
to
give
4.
credit there.
The artifact
People
room is not too
who-
big, and we don't want to overcrowd it.
Not to
Agreed.
be rude,
And that
but
is also more
living in
sources of
Israel
mana that can
certainly is
potentially
not
pull
an
from.
easy task.
Cube has been assisting me so far,
Certainly
considering that his
living in Israel, you have to
magic
learn
can
how to
allow
be
me
at
to
least a
escape
little
much
bit
faster.
crafty.
annoying
Well,
me
like I
either
said.
for a long time.
Interesting
so
application.
House there.
I would request that he would be the fourth then,
As
in order
well
to
as
allow you all
aware.
to escape faster as well.
Individuals there, though. It just
That raises us to 4.
theoretically here, if we are going to even humor the idea of sending some students over to Yisrael,
Actually, it's probably a
regardless,
good thing it's
we are
not
going to have at
drawing
least, for example,
magic
like
to the thing right
Sayori
next
or
to it.
Tikkun or
Hmm.
even some like verges nearby.
As
What
well.
artifact is right next to it?
Yes.
Artifact from my homeland.
Yes, but I'm
It's
saying regardless.
old
If we're
family
going to do
heirloom.
so, we still have to have someone going along by because
It's a cursed sword.
I know for a fact.
This is
even
also
our
why I
folks
was
You keep your
considering.
personal.
Oh yeah, we're just sending them on their own. No, he's not.
I was
that
just
way.
going to ask, you keep your
He's
personal
gullible enough for
artifacts
some things, but he'll know something. and
There's
group
one for each of the
artifact room?
professors in
He'll
there.
know some things out there.
Ah, I
But
see.
I keep mine in there because it's
But
extremely
one of our
dangerous if
staff-
one of the students were to grab it.
This is also why I brought up the
If
consideration to the
somebody who
professor
doesn't
of
need
separating
the
that particular
condition
artifact from that
grabs
room
it,
and isolating it
growing
further.
mushrooms and vines, starting their
I
internal
would think it would be
organs.
best for you to
Hmm.
go that way. And
May I say
say
something?
me and Chikuno tag along.
If we also know that
we
this
can
thing
keep hidden
has
in the shadows.
clairvoyance, and it's kept to next to a multitude of other
Honestly,
artifacts,
the best.
and
It would be best
by
case
some of the thing
scenario.
they can create artifacts.
Keep Oswald
I
on
hate
the
it when
a
you're
little bit.
right.
If there is
So
a
you're
clairvoyance
literally
on
keeping-
this,
I really
if
hate
there
it
is
when you're
clairvoyance on this
right.
artifact,
Plus,
they
I
wouldn't be able
will
to see
admit,
through it.
bringing
The
a big
artifact room
number
is
of
much
people
more
would be a bit
carefully
suspicious, but also be
built
stupid not
than
to.
the other rooms of this facility.
So if you do split the
No
group,
one could see
one
in or out besides
being
Fontaine.
the noticed one.
I'm not well versed in
off,
rooms,
then.
so I do not know what it has so far.
Keep our numbers in a safe, comfortable
The
number.
artifacts in this room are
But don't draw as much
well,
attention. It's easier
more
to admit
important
saying
than
you're
the
on a
one that
casual
you're
outing
currently
with smaller
looking
numbers
at,
than
but
with an entire group.
there's more
But again,
than
it's
extra
suicide not to bring a
precautions.
whole group.
Probably the most hardest
No,
room
this
to
is
get
where
to through sheer force alone.
So why are we
Its
going
own
back
risk
there?
right now.
Mm-hmm.
However, despite all the barriers, it can still
That's why I
draw
said
and give
split the
mana
group.
from where it is.
On our little
And I can draw from through the barrier.
Oh,
So it is not 100%.
It's right now, Dad.
I suppose
We're
closed
targeting
off.
Israel right now. The Archer and them have already been there for probably how long now?
Hmm.
They're already putting
But I am
things out
told that
there,
it would be
so
much
it's
more
going through
dangerous
shit
to
right now.
touch
The
it
council's on
directly,
fire.
given what it does.
They're now trying to do whatever they can right now.
I am fortunate that I am able to draw through the barrier.
Touching it.
Would save a lot of people.
Touching it is the problem. Breathing in
Our
the gas
biggest
that it's constantly
information that we
emitting
need
is the
together is how
problem.
many other commanders that they have there. If there's one overall general and then two
gas
commanders, that would be where we can get
We're talking
that
about the
info.
dream
We
mirror
also have
stuff.
to be.
You remember it.
You first.
Yeah, I remember. I made a gas
this
mask.
is my only concern.
It's not capable of making us sleep, is it?
Wanting to take this.
It's not
adventure,
making
and
of
I
us
really
sleep, but it's
hope
still
for it.
able to draw our mana
But at the
from
same
it.
time,
Hmm.
you as well as even you, for example,
General fatigue, man.
I found that out
granted,
similarly.
you've been here a bit
Pardon?
longer. Even individuals like Ryan.
Anybody
who've
agree
been
about
here
sharing water using the
It's
magic?
like
But at
having
the
your
same
life
time,
force slowly sucked out of your body,
I just
and
don't
there's
want
no
Beginning
thing you
moment.
can
to
do
jump
in
into
order to
something that you
replenish
don't
it. No healing
fully-
magic, no
at
regeneration.
least that you're not fully prepared for.
Sure, I hear the last question. You see him use all. How much mana when he. How much. What kind of spells he was blasting at Hot Spring?
Just how unpleasant.
Like.
I do not know what you're referring to.
What are you? I heard Kokkuri, you were the last one to see him. Yeah, I can't. I'm just drawing a break now, so that's for why.
Who are you attempting to find?
Not fine. Would you do a hot spring with someone using water magic a lot?
Oh, one who uses water magic. You're referring to Yasashi.
Yeah, Shashi. Do you know how much exactly what kind of spells he was casting in terms of how long he was keeping them up?
I am uncertain what he refers to his particular spells as. I am not very well versed in water magic since it is direct counter to me.
Yeah, in terms of how big in terms of how was it like a constant beam constantly flowing, or was it like a constant like you're describing the spells he was casting, yeah, basically, and how long he was casting them constantly.
He seemed to have continuous force over some sort of beam, perhaps for about 5 to 8 seconds at one point. I do not know if he can go longer. This may best be a question for him.
Just around.
He's not out at the moment, so that's why I was asking.
Oh. Did something happen?
He overuses mana. That's why.
Is he being taken care of then?
Yes, that's why I asked you the question. Like exactly, like was he just like was he like constantly like kind of using his mana to emulate the water, or was it just a constant like spell?
I have not seen how far he can go, but I do know he at least. I've seen him gather water from the spring before. I do not know whether he did so before what I saw earlier today.
Do you know how much water, like in terms of like size? Yeah, he was gathering, or was it only just like small amounts?
I did not see the full amount that he used during spars the previous week.
I at least want to be able
He usually keeps at least some around his hand.
Kokkuri draw from it.
But he did not have as much as he had last week, which he surrounded his entire body with. At least his torso.
Okay. Here's how I'm gonna like. So most likely, I'm gonna say you probably use the beam a lot and then constantly use the water around it. Okay.
I can at least figure out the general
Quite possibly.
even if I can't
I have not had time to ask him about his abilities as such. I apologize for not knowing much.
You're good. It was just something we know, like exactly what he was doing. And last one, I was the last one to see him really use magic by the hot springs.
Other members of Centurion may know better as well, especially the second years.
I'm quite slippery.
Yeah, I know his spells. I just know exactly what spells he was casting. But anyway, that's all I reason though. Yeah, you talked about the thing.
Of course.
No, if my question, if you do a little thing, if you do need to go to the artifact room and you're worried about the gas or spore coming off, come to me. I have gas mask.
That is good to know. So far, it seems that the barriers that the professor have put up have been keeping it inside. But in case such a thing happens, I will make certain people have them on hand. Thank you.
Nixu, thanks.
He says she's alright.
Should be able to learn something from it.
I can toughen my nerves for what I need.
Fair enough.
Look, this is whole talk, nothing set in stone yet.
Yeah, I know. Still, it's fucking second liar, isn't that the one that was off limits when we were there?
It was off limits during the festivities. They can't keep it off the grid the entire year. It's where most of the business happens, after all.
Yeah, no shit, but still. Oh, look, if they have it off limits, I imagine they had it off limits for a reason.
Thanks for being here, VRChat.
And I'm pretty sure a good reason.
Good luck at work.
Honestly,
During festivities, it's hard to keep an eye on things with so many people.
That's as much as I know for that reason.
At this point, Fontaine, we might have to
The
just.
same one that's currently under trial.
Why do you think it's a
Only best choice right now.
I've already said my piece. I don't like the idea of it. Also, because I don't like to send year ones in on something so soon that could possibly go south. But if you all trust them, then I will put my trust in them as well.
Information to make that choice on. But the only
We
way
try
to
to have
make that decision is to
someone
figure
on
out.
standby real quick too.
Exactly.
We don't have to send
One
her
day.
immediately, and we do also need to talk to this about the headmistress. She's gonna have to talk to the council to make sure there's no funny biz going on.
We're not there to...
We're also
For
going to have to talk
neutrality's sake,
with Copperbeard too, because we need all. We also need an all-professor agreement on that too, along with the other
People are stupid
assistants.
whenever it comes to places.
They're just having the conversation, so when we get the ball rolling,
You're
we need
just
to actually
I can
start
talk
having those
about it.
conversations if we do want to.
Wait, that is...
Oh shit!
That's
I don't even go down to the second layer.
That is a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea.
Well, correction. I just don't go to Israel in general because I imagine, like I said, living there is already a task in itself.
I don't like
And I heard it only gets worse with each layer down. Is that true?
Oh yes, it gets.
Discussing what you were talking about, but okay.
Oh right, you were
The
here
lower-
in
No, I know
Israel,
what he was going after it with.
The lower
That
down.
was my first time in Israel, and the air was disgusting, even if I went high up.
You're right, it is a bad idea. I
the-
do agree with that. But
The
they're not
lower
going to be
levels
the
you
ones
get, the
actually doing
how would I
anything.
best
They
put
are
it?
just
The
there to
thinner
get
the
their
air
stuff
gets,
and
because
be
it's just so much
It's
harder
more
to
aligned.
breathe in there.
It's more aligned.
The
where
third
you, like,
layer
use
is a
it
toxic
as a
wasteland.
distraction,
It's where
or
they
like a
put all
cover
the
up.
waste.
Yes.
Seems
I wouldn't be surprised if there was just nothing but, not just thieves, but drug addicts that are just trying
everyone
to
else seems
scope
like it's
around,
gonna be
find
very
any
similar.
sort of, like, I guess, things
It's
for their
more
fix. And that's not me just being, like, stereotyping. That's
I won't
just,
deny, you're not
sadly,
wrong,
just the
technically it
life
would be
of
considered
how
a
it is
stupid
in the
idea.
layers down there.
Oh, the real
However,
problem
you
are
aren't
the
going to
mutant
gain
animals at the
anything without a
bottom.
bit of risk, I'm afraid.
All the well, pollution
They've
has
made their
caused
risks.
the old living where to become quite hostile.
They're not going to the third level, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
For
No,
now.
they would need special
No, that's
equipment to even survive in the third layer.
more of a goal.
For now, let's just focus on the main thing they're doing.
Guys plan to go in there.
And then we'll talk with the headmistress, all the other professor assistants, see what the verdict is for you guys. And also figure out a safety precaution for you guys in case things go south.
And only one thing, and only check that one thing first.
One thing I will suggest
Towards the end of the night
is
would probably be
you may not-
best, but whenever everyone is available is fine.
say that there
I
would
also
be
need to find a cube.
My schedule for the rest of the night is free,
See if we can't find anything
so
on
just
the
whenever.
Likewise.
announcement that would
My best recommendation also, if you're going to head to Israel, even if it's second layer, I'm not too sure how often any of the, at least like more of the toxic and polluted air can come from third, at least up to second, but
opportunities it is.
Technically, we do still like.
the artifact room.
Yes.
I agree with Sabi on this one.
no, I'm talking about if they,
And that's why I would
I'm
handle
still
that
on the idea of if they go to Israel.
second one.
By it sounds, I think it's another group of people.
Mass just to be safe.
Yeah, no, we still have the mask on.
Bring someone. I was still going to suggest bring someone who has at least some bit of wind magic. It's good to help at least help
Mal.
clear the air still.
Interesting.
Mal or
Arlo
Arlo.
or Mal.
Probably Arlo. Actually, no, I need a second year there. They needed someone. that
It's
was
the
Mal.
toxicity of the second level, enough to irritate the eyes.
You say Arlo, but still at the same time, keep in mind also
Some
Mal's
parts
wind
of
magic
it.
is a lot more proficient.
If you
but-
flew up the whole time,
I would say
you
both
could
of
probably
them.
avoid the major
Because then
areas, but
they have someone with experience and
if
someone
you don't
with
actually enter the
proficiency.
building,
That could work.
But knowing
I
how
will say
things
though,
are down
worry
there,
more about the
and knowing
face
how
eyes.
things
The
work
wings
down
eyes
there
are
is
able to handle it at least better.
We'll provide you guys supplies or equipment for when you guys go down there, so that way you guys are at least safe. Goggles for your
As
eyes,
long
mask
as
for your
traveling
everything.
through their clouds won't just strip me to my bones.
Everyone seems so
I can
The
survive
second
in the
layer
second
is
layer.
literally built underneath the first layer. There is no sky.
I want to make sure it's
What's
okay.
the vertical distance between them?
I don't.
If I were to go down there, how high could I fly?
Jumping into something.
Not too well, considering all the pipes and lines connecting to the first.
Fantastic.
Your concerns are
Think of
very
it
The
much
second layer works to make the first layer look prettier, so a lot of things
taken
stand
into
up there.
consideration.
There's a reason why I don't like going to Israel.
Due to the
I'll
lack
paint you a
of knowledge
picture
we've
then.
fallen
Think of it
behind,
as,
forces
remember
us new blood
where we
to
were for
go a bit more
the
gun-ho than I'd
festival?
like, I admit.
Yes.
To compensate
Think of
for
it
the
essentially
passing of
as
time.
that.
There's a
Let's use
saying,
that as
after
the
all,
topmost
the
layer.
best time to plant a seed for a
When you
tree
go
was
a
50
layer
years ago,
down,
the best
now
second
when you
time is
look
now.
up, you're now seeing everything that was underneath that. All the pipeline, all basically anything of like the more lower infrastructure.
floors are now
And then
clean
you
salt
go below
and
that,
grease
and now you're
everywhere.
seeing now the previous
Besides that,
layers. And
I
the
wouldn't
lower
mind if
down
you
you
wished to
go,
come along with.
well,
More.
Having
also
someone who
the more
is sensible on
toxic,
it.
the more
Logical
well
also,
dangerous,
while being
and
aware of
also the
emotions of it
darker
too
it
is a good
gets
thing.
because well, theoretically, some light can semi-seep through into the second layer. While unlikely,
my own biases occasionally touching things.
again,
You
the
said you
lower
had
it gets,
experience in the
the
second
darker
layer,
and
correct?
more hazardous it's going to be.
It's why
Flight's
I have a
needed.
bone to pick with you, Zero.
A lot of times,
Yes,
different
sir.
materials
Flight's
that they need for
needed.
the things that they make.
I doubt I'd have the mana to just output light constantly.
Takes a lot of
But
things down there.
Yes,
in a moment.
especially if,
You would be a good
and
mix for
no
Takuna
disrespect to you,
Blitz.
Mr. Ernest, but even hypothetically, let's say
I'm not
even
very sneaky.
if you had to go down to somewhere like the fourth layer, like
You don't
actually,
I'd rather
what's
not.
the most it is just 4, right?
I just have to take a ride on your
It's
shadow
3.
here, Saber.
4, they're
Three?
just in the black sludge.
No problem.
Yeah.
I will go
So
prepare
even if
now.
you had to go
Would
somewhere
the
as low as, like,
half-hour
the
mark
third
be all
layer,
right?
I don't even think you could
A
output.
group like that is not gonna just
Would the half-hour mark be all right
not
for
have ways of
attempting
trying to
again?
find stuff like that.
I can prepare.
So probably some sort of
That
precautions
works.
against it might be a good idea too.
At least for me.
This is fine.
I'm gonna go take or call it from
But
there for
Thank
now.
you.
I have no interest
I'll
in
get everything
going
wherever
to
you
the
guys need
second
set
layer
up
at that.
before.
To the second layer.
Yes, but
You guys have a good night, and for the
No,
ones
but
going down there, best
my
of
only
luck.
concern at that point would
Pardon me.
Without the harming of the other individual in any shape or form. Okay, I already know where this is.
So I shouldn't blow
Well,
up
hello
somebody
there.
that I love.
Hello, Arlo.
Correct.
Is everything all right?
You alright?
Yes.
It's a day. Not a bad one. Just interesting.
Is Yasashi all right?
You... Who?
I heard that Yasashi collapsed at some point.
Yeah, he's fine.
Hmm.
He went to his room inside to rest.
Good.
I was not informed of that, so...
Hmm.
We had a robot in Mao took care of it. He'll use his mana. Okay, understood. Oh, there you go. I didn't know, so...
That is good to know.
Mouths and the bees before.
Ah,
Where you been?
there was a long talk, but hopefully everyone found it enlightening to some degree. And I'm continuing with my project, I suppose.
The talks
Did
just
you-
conclude.
I believe so. There were many good questions asked.
Did you agree with it?
You're not a bird. Just says.
I'm sorry?
Let me rephrase. Do you...
So, the thing called genetic...
What's your opinion about the conversation? Is it good, bad?
You can get to that genetic type
Hmm.
of what is considered...
At least the conversation we just had, it was mostly Kyo and myself explaining what we have been doing in the past week. Other people have been giving their input about what it may mean, and they seem to be... they have good ideas. I hope that at least something good can come out of the information so far. All I can do is continue what I have been doing.
With genetics. Right?
Hmm.
Female...
You got this.
All you can do is
Things are
really
being planned, things
without
are done.
things.
A lot more softer.
That's all you can do until things take action.
Also, my apologies. I do not believe you have properly meant. I'm Kokkuri.
But I'm saying typically, this is going on the
Nice to
typicalness.
call me by Reed.
It's a lot more complex.
Reed. Very nice to meet you.
Yes,
I stepped out early after knowing the most important bills. The questions kind of really here. I just needed to hear the important stuff.
Yeah. I believe the word that is typically used for people is pronouns, which is how you pronounce. Things have started popping up in Israel. I just sent a letter to my uncle, asking what's going on over there for him.
His voice just says, I believe my
I do not know much about the politics of Israel, so I'm glad that there are at least others that know much better.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Given the state of the air, I'm not surprised.
It's a. Pardon me for saying it's a shit show.
Yeah,
It's not even a leader, it's a council.
I've did find many spirits there, so...
People are trying to do a good thing and trying to help improve it, but others are pushing back on it.
This people agree about this certain thing. This many people disagree or agree with. They agree, they disagree. Conflict, and that's what you get out of it.
That is basically everywhere.
That's
pollution.
It's a little bit more worse because again, they don't have a technical leader. It's just a council.
Yes, I did hear about
It's
that.
not one figurehead. It's many figureheads who don't know what the fuck to do.
I can see why they were concerned. Hopefully they gain more information.
People here, yeah, the compromise and deals, give and take. It's a whole mess of trying to. Everyone's trying their way to help Israel try to progress Israel. Just a lot of people have different ways of thinking on that degree.
Arlo could be worse.
Yeah, like what?
Not really. It's not really needed when you're going around choking.
You know our favorite.
Or putting grease down their throats.
In his own shit. His own plan.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Corruption and all that.
And do pardon me. I do need to prepare for the next part of the project.
Races, yes.
Over there.
If you wish to bring it up about the gender stuff, you can be spontaneous about that. But
Thank
I
you.
don't think that's the school's requirement because I don't
If
think we're going to be
and
caring
I'll,
about who
if
we're
you need
stabbing
any
at
extra
the end of
help,
the
let me
day,
know.
besides the fact if they are an important figure of.
Depending on if they wish, we may have the maximum amount of people that Professor Virtues will allow tonight, but perhaps in the future.
If you want to stab them and ask them about those things.
Future reference, then. I'm alright with that. Just know the offer's still on the stay on the table.
Thank you, Arlo.
Thank you, Mel.
The only concern is that I would assume that the Dreamweaver has seen you before. Were you with those that were in battle with him?
It might be good to ask the pronoun, so if
you're talking
crap about them,
okay, if you're trying to
Kinda.
typically,
Right at the moment, I know that the Dreamweaver don't like most of us second years, but
as I stated earlier,
that is what I'm
not
concerned
sure
about.
their opinion of me.
kindness and kindness is
I don't know if I'm a neutral or they just don't like me. I know they probably don't fully like me, but
If you were ever in conflict with the Gorgon, that may be very much true that he does not.
So I can become friends. I want at least 5 of those.
His spiritual obsession seems
more
to be
support than I was head to head.
love or infatuation.
I don't know.
I'm not supporting that.
Right, I know.
Sport says, should I eat them?
I like to think we're friends.
Oh, shape is probably seems.
You said you wanted
But
at least 5 of
I try to be look at the positive in case he doesn't hate my guts.
You know what?
Something.
I'm simply hoping not to anger him and bring out his extreme emotion too much. That could cause hostility. At the moment, he is working with us. He does not wish to be attached to the artifact as much as we do not wish him to.
I know.
His board said I need to get engaged to my enemies.
Thank you.
I would say,
Go
I think it's best to have people.
Hey, did you end up finding Mel? Did you figure out your stuff?
I understand.
I did not need to see Mal.
No, I said rotation of.
We did speak to the cavalry and some of the
need to be there to help.
professors, however. So the information is shown.
Good.
Actually, I think you probably be the one.
Well, as long as y'all good and y'all make sure you met. That's all
Honestly,
that
I
matters.
don't know his opinion of me, so
I'm going to
Not sure
continue
what
my
to say,
project.
anything, don't feel stressed out about it.
I'm spinning in a circle.
But I don't want to
It
push
is
that luck.
fine. I'm simply attempting to gain more information from the spirit attached to the artifact that you all have dealt with.
Figuring out what your goals are and everything else.
I was involved. Again, I wasn't down head to head.
Alright. Well,
What's
if
the
you need
sport?
any help, I don't really
I didn't
sleep
know
too
the things I
much.
do now
This
back
is
then.
this
So
is a topic, man. I'm glad you could
I can
choose to
always
go
help
about it.
out whenever you
Oh, I
want.
did heal and maybe
I
distract
do
the
appreciate
enemy,
it.
but I mean,
At the moment, it's simply been a
I don't
matter
really
of
know if I
not.
can do anything against spirits or anything. And, you know,
I'm just trying to
I'm
say
solid.
of the year two
The best thing to do would be if you, or if you hear about anyone else either having visions in their dreams or while they are awake, or potentially seeing anything strange out of place, do please let me know. It may be the matter of a spirit.
Well, we can take care of the rest of the
This
problems I
just
can't
as most
handle.
of my life, I was either being stabbed, shot at,
Right.
I'm told it
Well,
has
if you
happened
need it,
before.
I got you.
various means.
Thank you,
And
Stone.
I'll get you if anything comes up. Usually people trust me, so they give me a little bit of insight here and there.
I do appreciate it. It is best to
And I hope.
glean any spirits that come by quickly, especially since they have been used as
This boy
tools.
just says, "Oh no, it's perfectly fine. I don't mind. I'm kind of used to it."
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Mm.
But that's why I want you to put your trust in me. We'll solve this stuff together.
Likewise.
We're
Thank
all in
you.
this together, like you said.
Oh, right.
What do you think? So,
Tesla, you alive over there?
they're cool guys.
Yeah, I'm
but
good.
I just see them as a friend.
Yeah. Doing well?
I protect them.
Hello.
Good.
They're
Give
just a
myself a
friend.
nice
They're
treasure
for Kokkuri.
all back settled and
And that is
Oh,
what
you've been
it's,
doing
what it
training.
means to be friends with someone.
This board says there are so many layers to this lappy.
physically with training there, trying to improve myself and act onward about it and give me some
Leppy is attempting to explain emotions again.
Well,
It's been more than just emotions. It's been a whole roller coaster of trying to understand the concept of things because of the culture clashes of someone's experience of this all at the end of the day with their words exchange.
Should I not bother you then? We were going to make another attempt tonight at the half-hour mark.
Wait when it comes to it.
Can I
His
try
board
to
says
answer
I will
that?
be there.
Usually those with
Thank you.
ironwood trading.
This time, Irenaeus and
Board says,
Aura is going to help. They may be able to see more.
Cube says, your name is Lappy.
At least for tonight, I do not believe I would be allowed to bring another. The Professor Virtues wishes to keep it within 4 people at a time at most within the artifact room.
Something that's small that you can take off pretty easy, but something that you can kind of slap on.
So you have you, Cube, Irenaeus, and who?
Aura.
That wouldn't be a terrible idea, honestly.
Yeah, and I also make sure they're pretty thin and not super thick, so they don't chafe on you. And
I don't know why I was having trouble with that.
I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Perhaps in the future. Though
I
I do not know whether you are
Be
in any
careful.
conflict with, yes, the Dreamweaver or the Gorgon. We are attempting to keep it to people that will keep him from being hostile.
like this, walking like this for the rest of your days, you know?
I don't have anything that would could say that it was hostile to me.
That's fair.
Even if you don't have any kind of
He seems to mostly be attached to the emotion of love or infatuation, especially with the Gorgon. So anyone that caused her harm at any point may bring about his hostilities.
So right now we are
remember what he was weighed down with?
We are hanging out.
Yeah, I haven't had any hostilities to him.
Sandbags.
So
Noted.
Tie them up and then I low fly around here.
They are at least going to attempt to better see the mana attached to the artifact itself. Perhaps they can see a secret pool that I do not. Or runes that I cannot see.
Would mean that
But you're not feeling drained or anything, are you?
Not at the moment. I've been more careful. I've been releasing the mana as soon as I receive it. I kept it a bit too long last time.
You say runes you cannot see.
Or at least, I do not have any. I have very little knowledge of runes myself. That was a matter of others of my order.
We can figure out what I would say. I could use them.
Did you kill them for someone or your own benefit?
That
I gotta do some more precise metal.
where is around here.
Right.
I think my. Wait, there's.
That's only 3 days a week.
This is actually to help spot magical things and simulate runes.
Would that not be overwhelming within the artifact room?
Make sure I take care of
Bigger bond than just
healing and
mutual friendship.
Yeah, that's why you're specifically is a telescope that allows me to focus.
It's not easy.
Hmm.
The artifact room is kind of surrounded by other artifacts,
Which, as
so
I understand,
even though they
so in
went to
order to
focus,
level
it's
up
still in
my
a
friendship,
row
I must
slash
kill
column.
people.
And many magical barriers.
You don't have to.
Maybe
That's just
Yeah,
an
I guess like
since that seems to be something that
Alright, I love like the testing it, but I'll probably nothing for later. I do it to be put for later then.
Lots of people,
Hmm.
my friends.
Either that, or I would suggest potentially giving it to Irenaeus, or those who can better see mana than I. I would need to focus on the ritual.
Windhelm's help on that.
As Mal, I'm going to kill people for my friends. I've discovered what it means to be a good friend now. Let me
If
help
they
me.
will get on the weapon, you see my note already, probably not, since it allows you to.
Protecting
Yeah,
people is a
specifically,
better term
I was
than
able
using
to
the things
detect
called
magic
killing.
on a specific room location on a construct. The
It's
exact room, the exact
yeah, I knew that.
location where it was.
Hmm.
I mean, if you didn't, it's okay to say that you didn't.
I would definitely
but
suggest
I can
offering it to
understand
Irenaeus
if
for
such
the night.
a definition is actually truly what you meant.
Here. Our actually version of Arcane actually, if how well this can work before I will hand it over.
So killing people for friends equals bad? Question.
But of course, I'll probably give him after.
Random people.
It'll be useful.
We can
If
see.
there's something to it and they have discussed with you of their interests of dislike to person, then possibly the goals can align to say doing this action would actually improve relationship.
Find a way to counteract it. I just make sure that theories for now. Theories for later.
I'll be there to at least
Very well.
take a hit if needed.
So thank you, Mal. This information has been very important. I must go and prepare for something, though. I'm going to go that away.
Okay.
I think if you want to be a little bit more versatile, you can make yourself a little bit more.
You whacked me with your ring bell.
Then go for
Oh, sorry. I mean, it's very soft though, so it should hardly feel like anything bad.
Suppose I should go through the preparations as well. I shall see you later.
Have some range. Well, I mean, I got that covered.
Please take
I
care.
got a letter for you. I can heal everyone.
And you got the brains up here to figure out skeleton stuff.
Time to do a quick ritual and calm down and prepare for. Yo, to, sha, kai, chin, nets, sai, zen. Oh. I don't know why I get so messed up. I thought I'm resetting my play space, but apparently I'm not. I don't know why it's doubling up my animation.
I'm not gonna say that, never mind. Virtue's brought her away somewhere. Hello, Kokkuri. Goodbye. Hi, Kokkuri.
Greetings.
Hello again.
Kokkuri.
Toodles.
It's Kokkuri.
Mm.
Yes.
You know,
Yes, I was looking
you seem wonderful.
I like that
for a
one.
particular item, but
I think Cookie works.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. You got them, champ.
If you could, do me a favor. Bring that up actually to Ms.
Oh, sir.
Gio, because I know that she's been looking at some of
Have things been going well?
Thank you for having a wonderful.
from at least what
did
was
you do
left of
today,
that.
bro?
Thank you having a wonderful idea to talk to the lantern. I'm proud of that.
I like the idea though.
I was not intending to.
Like,
Well, I do not know much about the lantern. It was the staff. I have not been able to see the lantern.
Talking.
You mean the
That
spirit?
That thing, yes. The spirit attached to that whole thing.
Yes,
I will say my intention was simply to attempt
doing
to
I completely forgot you used that.
be able to glean the spirit and remove the mana from the artifact. The one who wished to speak mostly to the spirit was Kyo.
Always not enough time to do what you need to do.
Well, I'm giving you the credit, so good job. You're the one who was,
Other
you
than a
know,
lesson,
able to, so.
spent time
So
talking
long
to
as
a
it
good
provides some
friend
useful
and
information to the
talking
group,
about people.
that is what I am hoping for.
And did
It
formation
provided
training
a
with
lot of
the
useful
Centurions.
information. And then it spurred us to give up more ideas. Which I hope the ideas go well because I would wish to go help.
Using his sending run
Though
to
being
look for
called a
somewhere else in
child
the
is a bit
academy, wherever he needs to be.
cumbersome comment from him, I admit,
Yes,
but
we weren't
I don't
doing-
blame him
we
to
were doing
immediately try to
lab
adopt
formations,
everyone.
like
That seems to be a
diamond
pattern with the
formation,
professors here.
I had not seen such
We were
things. I
practicing
suppose
that.
I've been
Basically,
missing.
we're going to try to do, pitch
Then
to
again,
the
I'm not
professors
used to
another
such
lesson
things.
to have students practice the formations. and using it.
I can sit here, right? Yeah, I don't know. Can you? Can you? Do your legs
sit
work?
anywhere.
Europa, do your legs work? Do your legs work, Europa?
They do.
Then yes, you can sit there.
They do.
It'd be kind of hard to sit if your legs weren't working, you know.
I mean, you definitely could sit if your legs weren't working, but you probably wouldn't be moving from that spot.
True, but like,
Yep.
yeah, I guess you just fall on your ass and be sad.
Yep.
What do you mean? I don't know what you said, but fuck you.
God damn it.
Are you doing well?
What?
Just turn the other way.
Yeah,
I've been walking around trying to find where all the people
Congrats.
are.
Anyways.
Sorry, what was your question?
Are you not doing well?
We had.
Okay.
You can kick somebody.
Yeah, we had one class. I can
Yeah,
give
you
my
know,
notes,
like.
You take care.
about like races and stuff.
No,
We learned
just
about
kick
4
someone
of them.
playfully without hurting them.
Was just a brief thing from
Why
Professor
do you
Ryan
keep
about
doing that?
how bad it is
Now I
to,
know I
like,
can do it
overheal
without
someone,
hurting
like,
you.
when to use practical
This is also
Wow.
revenge.
for healing.
What does light blue mean?
Hi.
So
It's lightning.
Come here, Mal.
Europa.
This is just revenge for
that's
earlier.
right.
I hope you know that.
Second,
Come
make
here.
it second element.
Come here, my favorite
I'm
heartbeat.
not gonna say it. You know you don't. It is playful revenge, not actual upset revenge.
Best male service out there.
Yeah, like it seemed like a lot of people knew already what the.
I'll tell you later, perhaps, if I fit them in for it.
I was happy. I was like,
Europa, so you know, I will hopefully not need it immediately, but we are going to attempt the continued ritual tonight.
oh, I guess they do have to kind of plan them, huh?
So if I run to the clinic,
There for it.
it would simply be a matter of afterwards. I may need another potion.
Oh, I don't know.
Alright.
It's the first one.
Just let me know first thing if anything happens.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Steady, you're sitting there, so I'm still in the stairs. In my staircase now.
Yeah, I could actually be in
You
head
need me to
level
get you
again.
Of course.
potion?
Now here's the issue, Winter. Never mind, he moved.
It's
You
maybe
need a
not for
potion
you.
in the
tail.
I need to sit
I'm
down or
debating
something.
staying here
Hmm.
and. listen to
I may
what
need
they say,
afterwards.
or
I do not
I
know
still
just
have-
yet.
also have to go to the
I'm simply going through the same ritual that I've been doing every night so far. But it has been much better than the
I
first
always
day.
carry.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'd always
Make
carry
sure
one
you
just take it
are
just in case.
comfortable,
I
do
think
whatever you
classes
want.
are
Thank you, Viviana.
like done now, so I think
I
everybody's
am
just
stress
relaxing.
maxing constantly. So the easiest way to stress
Yeah,
max
so-
anyone is just slightly move my foot
Yeah.
near them.
I mean, you can go change if you want.
It's good enough to
lots of
efficiently
other
stress max
people are
someone.
doing it.
I'm already really feel the
My
charge
boots
between
really
you two
hurt.
at that rate.
That's
Exactly, you know, I could just.
fair. Oh,
That's
yeah, I
so
still got them
terrifying.
not uniform made.
You promise?
Oh goodness.
Oh no, what are you gonna do? Turn me into lightning again?
I mean, I also have shadow magic.
Do not.
That's just rude to use that.
Oh,
I
and
know,
another thing
I
was
won't. I'm not
somebody was
Onyx. I'm
like
not gonna throw in
fighting
a
in the
flashbang an entire room of dark users.
fighting area, and
God
they got
damn it,
hurt.
did he
and, like
really
some of
do
us
that?
also had to like go around them and
He was
like
going to
check
threaten,
in
and I
and be
told him
like,
not
"What would you
to,
do
or else
for
I'd have to
this?"
teach him a
And
lesson.
I didn't do anything because I didn't know what to do, but I watched
Honestly,
the other
I'm
people who
thankful
didn't know
he
what to
learned
do,
not
and they
to.
did it well.
I also think
I
you
learned
missed
something
it
from them.
during the
More of
lesson
like
of Fontaine's actually about the
Are you
races.
gonna be
Alright,
cool?
library it
He
is.
stuck at a corner, and he said, "Okay, if I get stuck again, I'm
Actually,
throwing
I
down a
have
light
one
crystal." I'm like, then
thing
you
that I
hurt
do that
all the
does
people
heal.
who are dark users by doing that. We both like the tournament, and we both observe each other.
And we've spoken, actually, of what exactly we could synchronize with. Hello, Kokkuri.
Greetings.
Are we waiting for anyone to supervise?
Tonight, Professor Virtues has been keeping an eye from outside.
In that case, is there anything delaying us from going in?
So long as he is around. I did say the half-hour mark.
This little board says the room needs to be unlocked. I don't know if that's already happened or not, but I do know that we can't do it.
Indeed. It is probably best first to go through the proper purification. I've done so for myself.
Could you clarify what this is?
This is mostly just a specific type of salt and other... It's a powder. The Order uses it to purify ourselves and make certain that certain spiritual abilities cannot get too close to us. It is a simple ritual.
How much salt exactly?
Not very much is needed, and we make sure to not use anything that is too pungent, since many of us are allergic.
Less of a thought of smell. More was thinking about if you were going to purify a cube or how that worked previously.
I did avoid it to an extent. He also stayed back a bit further, but I did not wish to harm in case of your body.
I imagine there's a certain level of salt needed for it to actually start impacting you.
It says in most instances it would take a fair amount to purify slime, I would assume. Most of it is made from the ocean. I was made from a volcano, so I don't know if it'll be too different for me.
That is true. Technically, one is also purified in fire. So in that case, you come pre-purified to that extent.
I wasn't thinking about the purification aspect of it. I was thinking about the fact that salt would draw the water out of you.
It said it would be more likely that it would combine with my body as opposed to drawing moisture out.
In that sense, you are able to at least remove it after a while, like before, yes? Would you be willing then? Yeah. It's a little bit. Yin, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, let's, sai, sen. Are you willing?
Do you need me standing?
It is generally not necessary. However, it is probably best not to get the salt all over the table and the books. Nin, pyo, to, sha, kai, jin, let's, sai, sen. Nin, pyo, to, sha, kai, jin, let's, sai, sen. That should do for now until we can open the door. The last step would be to purify the doorway.
With the same salt?
No, we use a separate powder for thresholds. It better allows one to see if a spirit has passed through, or has attempted to.
Just gonna take a quick look.
Is this something you learned from your order?
Yes, all the rituals are passed down through the order. You're still
Where
young.
is this order based out of? Not familiar.
We do not have a home in the same sense. We are nomadic. Many do not appreciate yokai living within their borders, especially ones that deal with what we do. It is partly why I'm very much attempting to get what I can from this situation. This cult is most probably part of the reason why we are ostracized in many places. They take what we do and corrupt it to an extent. Doing what they do with spirits and mana is very taboo.
You mean what they're doing about connecting them? Controlling them, and then using them as, well, mana sources.
Creating them. Using them as weapons. Removing mana from the natural cycle. Claiming that they wish to destroy it entirely. That is not how the cycle works, and it is not how this world works.
Well, already that goal about removing mana is just a pretense they use in order to bolster numbers.
It does seem to be a lie given what they use.
Anyone who has any sort of negative feeling about the world, or about mana, they feel they got the wrong element, they're not strong enough. They think that if mana was gotten rid of, they'd finally have an even playing field. Not be so pathetic. And so they're given abilities.
It would also mean many of us wouldn't exist in the first place. I'm an example of that.
Not even me and Kokkuri, if I'm not mistaken, would technically exist.
I do not believe anyone would truly exist the way that this world currently does. Were that the case? We are all very much connected to
I
our
have no doubt
mana.
they'd fail. They have no chance to defeat the light.
That is also a somewhat dangerous point of view. That elevates one type of mana over the other, and when it comes to the cycle and the planet's core, all are technically equal there. They all return to the cycle and they all return back. They are all needed.
Except I won't speak for the other elements.
You do not have to. They speak for themselves. As does the planet. The fact that we are all here is a sign of that. I do not believe that an even playing field is one where there is no field, there are no players. And that is what they are attempting to do if what they claim to be is true.
They could genuinely be insane enough to be attempting it. However, the question would be is, how would they even start?
They have already begun
You
in a
can't
sense.
just destroy.
No, you cannot. But you can forcibly remove it and contain it.
Are you trying to purposely
Oh.
speak to everybody?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Clink, were you good for us doing the thing?
Oh, yes.
Little
Give me
boy
1
said.
second, I'll be right there.
Yep, thanks.
The last time I was in there, well, one of the times, the dream unit mentioned something about the Gorgon's spirits not being in the cycle anymore. That it was gone to something called the Void. Completely removed. I'm not too sure how logical that is or if it's true, but if it is, that would be a good start.
I do not believe that. That goes against everything that this world is. To simply destroy mana entirely is impossible.
This little board says this time. From what we heard, the description of the Father themselves goes against the very logic of this world. To have every single element in one body, no matter how colliding they are, would be in existence that can't happen, and yet he does.
Yes, which is why I believe that he may be some sort of construct himself, or an artifact. Greetings.
Hello, Virtues.
Thank you for your wing in the face.
Apologies. Okay. These are the 4.
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 second. Yeah, no, the button for the actual thing is under the desk. The artifact room should be unlocked now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll have my eyes on you all.
Of course. Wouldn't be on the other way.
I believe you and Cube are the most familiar here. Where is it should we be going?
It is this
You
one.
immediately trace something on the ground that could be used as an exit if need be.
That is a staff. Greetings again, Dreamweaver. I'm making another attempt. The others here may be able to see things that I do not. Nin, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, let's, zai, zen. Prepare to move back quickly. Just let me know when she starts to feel that tug back again.
It's starting to draw from you.
Okay.
And I can see the spirit moving around. What features?
I'm alright. Hello again.
Dreamweaver, I presume?
Yeah, perhaps. Why do I keep getting new bloody faces?
Were you not the one that wanted new faces to see?
I didn't invite the whole bloody campus.
They may be able to see things that I cannot. There is progress, though it is slow.
If you're curious, it's right there. Anything you wish to say?
It's good to meet you, Dreamweaver. I'm Irenaeus Pelham.
I will be back in a moment.
Can
I may
someone
need
make out
to
where you are?
draw again, so I'm going to release this before it gets too.
Pleasure.
Greetings.
Nope.
May need to do this just here. Do please stay back, Stone. In pyo do sha kai jin nets sai zen.
I've been spending the entire week trying to push myself to learn it, but I don't know what steps I...
Oh, you think... Okay. We are all hitting the different nations in our own way at the same time. They're not... Now, if something big happens in an order, so be it, but that's not predetermined or planned. Or maybe it is. Maybe the father's pulling some strings and making sure some big things happen for some reason. Regardless, there's no grand plan for some big thing to happen here, then here, then here.
Do you know anything about the general and the location of Yisrael?
No, I kind of found the place fucking toxic, so I've never been.
Dreadful. Yeah, it's dreadful.
Yes.
But nothing about the general at all. For that entire region.
General. I do know a bit about him. Or her. But we just met, and I don't know how truthful I should be right now.
Again, these are also others who are
making you
attempting the
unsure?
same idea that we have.
Like I already told you before, there's only so many things I'm inclined to tell you. While you guys aren't the direct people who did enemy, you guys are associated in wearing their uniforms right now.
And at the same time, we are also the ones that are directly against the one that you claim to hate right now.
Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we all heard that one before.
And I am continuing my
one
word.
hate does not.
It is slow attempting to pull from the artifact, but I believe I am at least learning more as I go along. I am not going to stop with my part of the deal. And the more we know, the faster we can get to that.
I don't know how this information is going to help with that. So do convince me on that.
Given that there are most probably other artifacts with the other generals, the more we can gather to an extent or learn more about, the more we can deconstruct what is going on here.
Priest, you make, of offerings to those departed, right?
To an extent, yes. There are rituals.
I tell you about this, you give me an offering. How about that?
I would assume that I am already giving you an offering, given that you do not wish to stay here. Generally, the offerings are meant to bring spirits back into the cycle. Is that not what I am doing?
Don't people bring food to shrines or something?
Occasionally. Do you wish for food?
I can go for some herbs right about now. Maybe a salad.
Q pulls a carrot out of his chest.
You better not offer the ooze-covered carrot.
Puts it back in his chest.
It's probably better to get something fresh.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
At least not literally covered in the mucus of another creature.
I do believe that can be done.
Understandable.
Bloody hell.
You give me a moment.
There right now.
Arlo.
And I think the professor's there too. Oh.
May I ask for your
Hi.
help with something?
When it comes to
Of course.
my body,
This may sound strange, but if you are able to get into the dining hall, would you be able to bring a salad? I'm going to use it as an
A
offering.
salad?
Yes.
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second.
Thank you.
yes, that stained glass.
Holding up all right there, Kokkuri?
That is what I actually look like.
So far, yes. I believe there is some progress to be made.
The blue one, the one with the bird.
I saw you doing your meditation thing over there. I just didn't want to bother you.
That's what I actually.
That is for the best. I needed to release the mana, considering that it has many countering elements. Otherwise, I would get sick again.
Because I tend to do a lot of
But for now,
Hey, just be safe, alright?
The spirit wishes for an offering, and something simple like a salad is doable, for potentially more information.
But like I mentioned during the mountain when
Spirit, huh?
first landed.
Yes, we are attempting to glean more information from the Dreamweaver spirit while he is stuck here.
The first individual I saw was technically a bird.
Wait. Did you just say the Dreamweaver?
Yes, he has been here for some time. It was part of the presentation that Professor Virtues gave the previous week.
Oh, that's a human. Ah, well, I see. Looks like that. Well, I just stuck with the bird form then.
I believe in what you're doing. I just. Me and him, I don't like him too much. But
Yes.
if you're doing something for the greater good there.
He does not like many here either, which is understandable both ways. But at the moment, he is stuck. Spirits should be returned to the cycle, and he is not able to, given the artifact. So I am attempting to rectify that. He does not wish to be here as much as we do not wish him to be here.
Yeah, I get you.
But for now, he may be able to provide information that helps.
That's why you're better acquainted for this stuff than I am. I believe in what you're doing, and if you need my help, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Others should be back by now.
It is a bit concerning. I'm not allowed to return anyone else inside the room.
If he doesn't show up in a couple more minutes, I'll go find him.
Thank you. I will be back out in a moment. It is being retrieved.
Of the ones you've seen, have they been mostly human? Other?
Oh, fuck no. I dare say the only humanoid one was probably the archer.
What are the generals you've seen?
Like I said, I've seen them all.
Totally a salad.
Thank you.
We had a big meeting, you could say, before all this went down. A great gathering.
What does the general for Serenity look like?
Bright.
And their species?
Can't tell.
What about like Neptunia or Wyvern?
Oh, that's a lot of different questions for a lot of good goals. I think you originally said Yisrael, right?
That was the first one, yes.
Okay, well, you did bring the bull, so I'll at least say that much. They look like a female wearing red lipsticks, like in a very fancy outfit, but the truth is, they don't always look like that. They're one of those people that have many faces.
Doppelgangers.
I guess that's the term for it.
No, Bake.
Basically, I don't know what exactly they look like all the time because they don't really look like something all the time.
As in they just deform into something that's not an identifiable species?
Sometimes they come into what they call their true form, and let me tell you, it's not very pretty.
How would you describe it?
Dark, black, sharp claws, and probably eating a person.
And that was for Yggdrasil?
Yes.
I can probably see why they would be there. Sounds like the perfect working environment for them.
We are all assigned to different places that would feed our expertise.
What was hers?
Information and manipulation. Israel's all about politics, working your way up in order to get power. But if you know the right people, it's the right tongues, well, you can get yourself basically anywhere in a couple months.
Even a spot on the council.
Easy to even replace a current council member without even realizing it. Just pick away the person.
Yeah, but that's the case. You could be a face changer. She could be a face changer. I could be a face changer if I wasn't dead. Nobody really knows. If you start thinking like that, though, that's how you start stabbing everyone's back.
True. Very much true.
Hello, Fontaine.
Okay, just making sure. Bridges gave you permission?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good, so I don't have to lose my mind.
The same as the rest of the week.
Before they were doing
Would you be willing to talk about the other generals? If there were more offerings?
Maybe one more.
I'm also
I have a
willing
question
to
about...
draw again. Attempt to. I release the mana quickly.
Unless you all have a different question, I'll keep going ahead. The general in the region of Phoenix Drop, the Flame Archer. Or Fireboy. He is used to transport information between the different generals, as far as I'm aware of.
I mean, kind of, but that's not. Sorry about that. But
is he not used?
I mean, I guess, but that's not like we have like other ways of communication. We're not. He's not our messenger.
Have you seen what you look like, sir?
Got the mana.
I mean, it's all good to
Alex
me.
forgot to change something over on me. And here's
Everything
something
okay?
Yes. I drew again, so I made sure to remove the mana quickly. Some of it is countering to mine, so I make sure to purify it as quickly as possible.
Too much.
Mm.
Unless you need a mana potion,
Mm.
which I can give you.
I have received a potion. I took it in order to stabilize the countering effect. I will be careful. Thank you.
Donnie just does his own thing. We couldn't really control him if we wanted to. Guy only listens to his father.
Has the father ever seemed angry at him?
I don't think I've ever seen the father angry, period.
Do any of you also have questions about the Flame Archer?
I already know enough from this and the last time I was here. I don't need any more.
Not specifically in regards to a flame archer.
There's one thing I am curious about. You said the general for Serenity is bright. Do you just mean their clothes?
No, I mean just in general. And before you're inquiring, I don't remember seeing wings.
I figured that out when you said you didn't know the species. If they were an angel, you would have known. I assume then, is the Neptunian general aquatic in nature?
Nope. That one actually has a really good reason for doing the things she's doing.
Is she taking out the ships?
Probably. Definitely see that happening.
Out of character,
I
can
don't
I
have
tell if
any
he's been honest
confirmation
about
that
this stuff so far?
He's been pretty honest so far. I can't say for certain she's doing that. I haven't got a report, but would fit her MO at the very least.
What makes her able to sink these ships?
Probably something the father did, although I'm not 100% sure what. Maybe she gave her a really good ship. Maybe she gave some magic artifact doohickey to do something.
And you said she had a good reason. You know what that reason is?
Why? You should know the reason. After all, I could sense the reason, the thing you hate the most. A thing you're so passionate about yourself. The thing you advocate so much. After all, slaves retaliating against their masters is a common thing, no?
I see.
That answers all my questions.
That's quite a bit, to be told.
I will attempt once more today.
Then what would you like to do next?
Perhaps there will be more progress made this time. You keep an eye on it, Irenaeus.
I guess if we're talking about all the different generals, may I ask? Is the one in Waterbrunley flying?
Sen.
Is the one wire a liar? Or the
Flyer?
Flyer.
Honestly, can't remember.
It's drawing from you.
He immediately pulls you back.
Thank you.
Pay attention to. Kokkuri?
Do give me a moment. Just need to get rid of something very quickly.
If they want, they will.
Okay.
So O positive can receive all, O negative can donate to all, but O negative can only
I can
get O
only
negative.
receive O negative. Yep.
Oh.
So I'm kind of screwed if I run out of blood, but that's okay.
Everything okay,
You can take mine then, right?
Yes, I believe we are making progress.
Be careful.
Please
Running around a lot.
Yes. I have been doing this all week. I've been attempting to make it faster.
We're here if you need help.
Thank you.
Anyways. I played straps all around my area.
I've been getting faster.
But those are my innate magic, no runes.
It says just be careful.
Just kind of curious, considering, well, you know.
This is at least a step up.
By sounds of things, you guys were not alone when you were doing your operations. Seems that one of the other generals got involved.
I'm failing to see what you're picking up. What runes are you even claiming to have found, and what are you trying to infer?
I'm just curious if you were literally working with transportation runes. If only you had to get to Golem somehow.
Not transportation runes, no. Although we did work with teleportation circles, and there is the summoning circles for the golems, but so I guess that is a form of teleportation technically, but nothing for large scale ones, if that's what you're inquiring.
What system do you all use to get information between each other?
Multiple different ways. Mail, messaging, familiars, grunts.
Expected.
After all, who would be dumb enough to communicate by one means and one means only?
Completely fair.
His little board said, did you even really have a need to communicate? It would appear from what I can see that you're basically acting as a bunch of different individual armies with different leaders that don't really talk. Doesn't seem like there's a point in communicating with each other.
Well, we don't need to, but every now and again, we could. Not saying it was a super common thing, but it's not like we didn't know each other or couldn't ask for each other's assistance if we really needed it. But then again, some are more prideful than others.
He has more writing on his board now. It says, does that mean the independence is a structural thing? I'm assuming it's at least for situations like you, where if somebody is caught, you can't exactly tell much information about the others. Seems intentional.
How do I put this? If one of us, or one of us have been defeated, the father has probably informed the rest, one way or the other. Communication between each other is a rare thing because of pride, but communication from the father is typically current and frequent.
How long ago were you recruited?
About 3-4 years ago.
Do you have any indication about the oldest of the generals when they were recruited?
Probably a century the latest. But then again, some folks just live longer than others. Yes, like him, yes.
What was the end goal of what you were doing in Zirin? When would you stop and then go do something else? Mittens.
Our goal was to gather as much of the mana within the country as possible before something like the army gets involved. Then, with our whole of mana in tow, we return to the Father so he can collect it for, how I can put this, a great rejoining. And, sorry to say, some of that would mean my way before we got transported to him.
A rejoining. That is different than a void.
I don't know all the plans or in and outs, obviously, but from what I can gather, he's trying to get a large quantity of every different type of mana from every part of the globe for one reason or another.
This goal can't be as simple as literally collect all mana within a single person.
Or a singular artifact.
Yes. That'd be fun. Incredibly simple.
As the little board said, perhaps by gathering enough, he's simply trying to find out how it works. If you can identify how something works fundamentally, you might be able to destroy it. If he's capable of that, he could achieve his goal. You need a lot, though.
I think I've answered enough questions for tonight. I'm probably gonna go back to my eternal rest, or whatever the fuck you can call this.
Limbo?
Yeah, something like that.
For now.
Well,
Do you want to do one more attempt? And then we'll leave.
Yes. You have been quite helpful.
Knock yourself out.
Yes. Thank you, Dreamweaver.
Your cooperation has been appreciated.
Do you have an actual name?
To, sha, kai, jin, nets, sai, sen.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Do you feel that way? Drawing from you.
Kaya.
Immediately pulls you back.
Oh, I'll tell you later. Now, I'm going to...
Wait, hold on.
What do you... Salt. Okay.
I thought of a little plan training thing.
Kind of hard to
Nico,
tell.
Swilhelm, and Biol helped out. I also forget the other guy girl's name. I can't remember.
Maybe.
It's in my brain.
The hair kind of
No,
goes there
not
naturally,
honest.
so I don't want to mess too much with it.
There's another
The new
one?
one in our house.
Yeah. I figured it was just you and Onyx.
Nah, he's the light pink one. Got wings.
I don't know their name.
You know how it is, just keeping with dead people on Earth.
I mean, I don't know. I don't mess around with
Yeah,
the
I don't
dead.
know what else.
But
I
Kokkuri knows
don't really
about
got much
that, and if
to
she
do right
got
now.
it and you're there, you guys got it.
It is taken care of. Yes.
Do you need anything?
Mm.
For you?
It is alright. Maybe just some water.
Kokkuri,
I will make sure to relax
getting
the rest
pretty
of the night.
winded.
It says the next time we're in there, you're doing it twice maximum. I won't allow any further. You're straining yourself.
I kind of agree.
What happened?
It was at least easier. It was worth the attempt to try more with Uranus there. He saw faster than I could.
Yeah, but you look like you out of breath. You've been running.
It says the attempt is fine, but each time you did it, you became weaker physically. And it lasted a shorter period. Take care of yourself.
Mm. I know.
I've been trying to tell you.
Mm.
A lot of us are trying to tell you that.
But I mean, in the same sense, she got a duty.
She got a duty.
Probably one of the only people that can do it.
That was definitely the most that we've been able to, so it was worth it.
She can't do the duty. She overpushes herself, though.
Mm.
I'm not gonna
That's
stop
true.
her, but
I think we all on the
Not yet,
line of the
anyway.
same. We're thinking the
Listen,
same
I'll go
thing,
to
but
the
we're all
onsen or
saying it
something.
differently.
yeah.
Yeah, just take a breather for a little bit, Kokkuri. You've been working
So
hard.
ask again. Do you need anything? Water, food?
Mm.
I'll get it.
Some of both would probably be good. At least something small.
Some of both. What would you like to eat? Do you have a preference?
Yes.
You look for something sweet, something meaty. Would you like fruits?
Fruits would be good.
Or do you want a salad? Say again?
I think she was going for fruit.
Fruit? Alright, you got my specialty as a fruit bat. Let's go!
Thank you.
Just between you and me, he was a little anxious the whole time he was in there.
Arlo?
Arlo's one of the big medic guys, so he always worries about everybody. Arlo.
That seems to be true among most of them.
Yeah. I think he made some good progress, though. And with Cuban and other people, I think he was alright.
I believe so as well. From what I could tell, he was being honest with us.
This board says I will not allow any harm to happen to anyone in there. If it were to occur, it'd be ejected immediately.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't. You don't talk a lot, but you're a smart guy. I figured.
Right. Is
Man,
everyone out?
You look worn.
Did the others leave?
Is everything alright over here?
Yes.
So it
I
seems
think we
like
made
everything's
progress.
calmed down now.
I'm sorry, are they out? I should probably purify the door again. No. They should not be remaining.
For today?
He says they're still in there on his board.
Nice cold water and then some fruit.
Thank you, Arlo.
Of course.
Yeah. If Cube's telling you to chill for the day, Kokkuri, chill for the day. Don't overpush it.
Right.
I'll second that as a Valkyrie.
Then are you willing to tell them they should get out as soon as possible in case it does draw from anyone in the room after a time? Thank you.
People are in there?
Some.
We have made progress.
But I know I should probably wait. I'm gonna wait. Telling you, I'm mad curious. Wait.
I would definitely, wait a bit.
This little board says virtues is in there, but then they'll be fine.
Alright.
Who's in there exactly?
Irenaeus and Aura and Professor.
Aura and virtues.
I see.
Just focus on eating and drinking.
Cube takes a candle and just kind of absorbs half of it and puts it back on.
Never mind.
That even healthy for you? I figure it's not.
What did you eat this
I
time?
prefer grease. The candle wax.
His board says nothing in like all capital letters, but he didn't finish it. He's just kind of staring at all of
What? I have your medical records.
Sorry, Cube, you're a very bad liar.
Hi, I'm a medic and also a Valkyrie. Also representative of Valkyrie, so come on.
it. Says, am I a bad liar, Stone?
I think you're a good truth teller.
Do you mind if I sit down here, by the way?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Feel free.
Sorry about the mess. Just go slide over the books and stuff.
Grabbed all his books. Just puts them aside.
Oh, you're gonna sit. Oh, I thought you were gonna sit in the chair, but yeah, that's fine too.
Oh, I'm going to break this if I sit on it. I'm not going to.
It says, how would he fit in that chair?
May I ask what happened?
Almost the same way that
Or
I
no.
almost barely keep this chair afloat, but yeah, I guess you got a point.
It was mostly discussion, like the first time we attempted.
But you had an offering. Did you do that the first time?
No, that was new.
So it's different.
He
Why did
requested
he want
it.
a salad? He was hungry?
If the professors find out that you're doing that, you're going to get in a lot of trouble, you know?
Consider it like a deal. I suppose he had not had it in some time, but if it is a proper offering, Spirit can have it.
It says, he told me not to eat silver.
In return, he gave more information.
Not candles.
I guess it's fair, just a little odd, but if it works, it works.
Giving offerings to spirits is
Says you're kind of
a tradition. But this is the first time when...
Salad would be that worthwhile. I figured something a little bit more traditional.
Food is traditional. Though generally it would be alcohol and rice and salt.
I say, I figured it.
Stuff maybe from like the Earth itself, maybe.
Yes. To an extent.
Against the solid, then.
He is also a satyr.
I tried to make the best solid. Oh, yeah, that's right. I just kind of quickly made it, so yeah, I hope it was good enough for you.
It let us have more information,
Well,
so it was fine.
That's good. Did he see me?
I do not believe so.
I saw him, so.
You two gonna be good. You're not gonna play with the candle,
He'll be fine if you put a child leash on him.
I don't know about that, to be honest.
I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm not fond of seeing leashes on any part of my house, so please do not do that.
He kind of like takes out something out of his chest. Looks like a long piece of material wraps around his neck. Kind of just tugs in it, places in his body.
Stop it!
You're not helping, Cube!
Where'd you get that?
Don't
Where
do that.
did you get that?
Just kind of gives it to you.
No, I want it. Just put it back where it belongs.
Puts it back inside himself.
Right.
I don't want
It looked like a belt, by the way. It looked like a belt.
Something you don't kink shame here.
What?
What do you? No, you know what? I learned about
Something kink shame. I
don't
don't know.
It says, "What is a kink?"
God
No.
damn it. Now do the other thing they tell kids.
Apparently it's no.
It says, "I don't know what that is."
I don't know how old he is. How old are you?
You probably shouldn't open your mouth, Alo.
It says 22.
Okay, yeah, wait till you're older. I'm 100 years older than you. No.
You're 120?
121 to be exact.
I see.
I'm still quite young. How you feeling?
Alright. I am probably going to go to the spring for a while.
Being
That
super
should
hot
help.
on your food staying on the table, it seems to just keep getting floated away.
The flux is strange.
It's not the flex. School's haunted. It's always been haunted. Since last year, anyway.
That is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got a Spirit Pro over here now. If we help Kokkuri out, she probably could figure out some things.
Probably.
I mean,
That's what I'm attempting.
Yeah. Take it easy, Kokkuri. Don't push yourself too hard. If I find you back here, I'm taking you back to Centurion.
Yes, sir.
Now it's on that. No, it doesn't. I'm just fucking around.
Whole speech is done.
Stop making him mad. Oh my god. I've heard some scary stories. I've seen some scary healing factors too. Like with bones.
You saw nothing.
You have to be very trained with it to know how to make it like fit the body that you're working on, because we're all so unique.
Yeah, that part's also difficult. Yeah, because I know already, like, I wouldn't be able to properly, like, heal you with my magic, because I'm nature and light. And if you're dark, I can't do that, because it'll probably detriment you more than it'll help.
I said it was not deep. She lied. She lied.
Are you okay, Kokkuri?
This is deeper than you said.
Apparently they made it deeper since last time. I do apologize. Do you need help?
Maybe a bit.
Here. Here, have your stuff and I'll show you a much better one.
Okay, okay.
Will you be okay till we get over to the garden?
I think so. As long as it's out of the water.
Here, follow me.
Just need to stretch a moment.
We'll go through the forest. That way you don't have to stay exposed for too long.
I'm at least used to going to rivers. Oh.
There you go. Don't forget your shirt.
Yes. Sorry.
that a lot better?
Yes. Thank you.
You're going to realize the water was cold at first, and now it's suddenly heated up to like a hot spring level. Good thing I got you.
I did not realize this was here.
Yes. Do you mind if I make sure your flame is okay?
That's fine.
Just go and gently touch it and make sure it doesn't seem like it's dampened or anything like that.
Seems like it's all right. Like she just grabbed the edge as soon as she realized it was too deep.
Alright, that's good.
They should probably put a sign on that.
Probably.
Spring heal you. It's a hot spring, so it's at least relaxing.
That's a good thing I was coming by to at least check to make sure you were okay.
Very much so. I did not think I could pull myself out at the moment.
I do apologize. I thought it was a lot smaller. Apparently they made it bigger last time I checked.
Maybe at least one spot would be better. Though I guess this works.
It's a little bit more private.
That I haven't really ever really been worried about. We all kind of roamed as a group.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I've never really traveled in a group, to be honest, until I was in the military.
I've heard of some going off on their own, but I suppose it does make it easier. There's safety in numbers for us.
My case was a little different. I was born in Phoenix Drop, but I have no recollection of any type of parents, even all the way back to where I can first remember. I've always been on my own.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's fine. Plus, I preferred the ice anyways, so I eventually left the Phoenix Drop and went to Ontario. So they took me in there.
Is there a reason you're hiding, even here?
My flame. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
I guess it's just what I'm used to. No, unlike you and Aura, who keep their flame around them, I still technically keep mine close by too. just more hidden.
No, I do understand why I try and do it for the most part. I am simply not able to. Perhaps it has become because I am part vain. I have only been able to hide my wings.
Either way, I think that your flame is very beautiful.
Thank you. Though it is still strange to accept compliments for something that I had no creation with.
It's more just a piece of you. So far, everything I've seen of you, you've been a brilliant student and a person.
I know that I need to do my best, especially for the sake of the Order. And given what the Academy is dealing with now, it's... suppose the term hits very close to home.
Oh, just remember you can't do everything by yourself.
That is something I know very well. And everyone here is very intense about reminding.
I don't mean to be a dead horse then.
Why would someone do that?
It's a term of phrase.
Oh, because it is pointless.
Exactly.
It is fine. From what I have seen, some people need that reinforcement.
And others do not. It just depends on who.
For the most part, it would not be wrong. It is useful to hear it over and over again. Just in case. I'm fairly certain that's part of the reason I'm here.
I feel like you're one of the people who don't need to be reminded constantly, though. No, I rather remind you constantly just to make sure nothing bad happens to you. In all honesty, you and Aura are the first time I've seen any of my kind around in years. Decades, even.
And that is quite sad. Many of us are tight-knit, at least among the Order, though we all roam together for the most part. So that is to be expected. We are all still young. Being alone is not preferred.
Don't get me wrong. I still feel all of you as my kin.
I would think so, given the belly. Do you still follow the traditions?
When I can. Though I lack in the knowledge of most traditions of our kin. Due to the fact that most I've learned was from another one. Though it was only short-lived before I left them.
A tanuki?
Yes, actually.
Just uses water to Just uses water to draw the symbol E. That is one tradition, then.
Best to say that they're the one who officially named me.
That would make sense. Are they not with us anymore?
Unfortunately, no. They passed many, many moons ago.
I see.
Though at the time when I learned, I couldn't even grieve over their death.
That I understand. Hopefully they were able to return to the cycle in peace.
Hopefully.
Not all of us are so lucky.
To be fair, something tells me when I die, I'm going to be one of those few unlucky ones. But I don't mind.
You should. No one should seek to be a spirit.
And trust me, don't get me wrong, I do not seek it.
Are you tied to a curse?
It's...
You do not seem to be attached to intense emotions, from what I can see.
Oh, intense emotions. Are you referring to like love?
Any intense emotion, when attached to death, can become a spirit. In the case of the Dreamweaver, that is love, or perhaps infatuation, I believe.
I wouldn't say if anything, if I was attached to anything, it would be caring.
Warning, warning, you're all about to be teleported.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit. My god. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Wow. Actually review this bot after. I learned too much too fast.
I was talking about it with Aura.
I learned too much too fast. It was rapid fire.
What did you say?
You might want to move.
Oh, yep, center. Oh fuck. Be free. Slowly go. Hi.
All right, everybody. Just a real quick
Oh, it's
do
always
the
so
usual
loud.
regular scheduled programming.
Oh, it's always so loud.
The lobby is currently closed for the aspect of the After Dark. However, if you were in the middle of a conversation or scenario, you are happy to go in for 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be here. If you need longer, please talk to staff accordingly. I'll be here. If you have any questions for doing your little quick after scene, come talk to me. I'll be over here by the white and black button.
And that and like
Okay.
almost dead. I mean, granted,
I appreciate
If you ever want to continue that conversation, let me know.
Oh yeah, sure.
I love our interactions every time.
Ah.
Yes.
That was good shit.
Also, you with the spirits.
Yeah, that
I
was
didn't
good
want to
shit.
super ask if you were like super busy doing stuff, but I'm like, I'm so curious.
content
I just waited until the moment of you actually just wanted or needed a minute to break, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna try to get what I can now.
Yeah, fair.
I taught Stone.
Yeah, you're up to some stuff, man.
All
All of the artifacts.
I'm good at one thing.
Needing salad.
I'm shit at everything else but that one thing.
5 minutes.
That's fine, because you're the best at what you do. You're like Wolverine. Wolverine does one thing, and he's the best at what he does.
What it is ain't very nice.
Also, Flynn,
Hmm.
I want to let you know the only reason I found you is because I was messing with Stone and Europa.
Yeah, that's lucky because I almost fucking drowned.
Yeah, I don't remember it being that deep.
It was so fucking deep. It is like that fucking thing is like deeper than Kokkuri.
Twice I saved someone from drowning today.
I had to grab onto the edge for dear life. Just
like in the hot spring relaxing.
yeah, the hot spring is way too deep, so like fucking she had to pull her out and bring her to the one by the garden.
I was gonna go there myself as cute, but then I was like, hold up, I get to do like evil inner monologues in my room right now because no one's in there. I'm gonna do that.
Fun!
Last like 10 minutes of session, I was like talking to myself.
Oh shit!
You're a dark user and she could teleport
Yeah,
you.
it was very fun.
How dare you not be streaming that?
Like,
You weren't
only
dark, it would have been a different story.
My apologies, I
How
suppose.
fucking dare!
And you fucked up.
I can to be fair, I have plans on this.
One more reminder just before I go into do a
Hold on,
quick thing
can't
with
hear. She's
synopsis. If any of you want to finish a conversation or have a quick conversation, please talk to me at the red button. I am happy to hold it for 5 to 10 minutes or longer. Please just come talk to me and I'm happy to host a little scene for you guys with you guys.
Okay.
Anyway, I do have plans of recording this idiot's POV just so I can, like, you know, have a clip of it being an evil old bastard.
Yes, good.
Okay, so disorient.
Because I'll be real, like 90% of the time when I'm like dancing and like acting all kind and nice, so people trust me. I'm talking to myself as cute in my mind, like these motherfuckers.
As soon as they talk
These motherfuckers.
It's like there's no way they actually.
You can be two-faced. You can literally have two faces if you want.
She would be used to stuff
I
like that.
know, it's amazing.
Like wild animals. So as soon as
Hello.
I got up to so much shit today. Honestly, it's
Good.
beautiful.
Oh, transpire with you. Oh, okay. Oh, that's gonna be something. I still need to fix all my shit. It's still so broken.
Let's get my goddamn uniform model fixed.
I don't know. Most of my time has been with
It's turbo clipping at the moment. It's really bad.
fucking Hungarian with a fucking.
I know that feel.
Fucking
I still have that on this one. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my knees. I need to fix that.
most of my time.
It's all fine. Kokkuri is fine.
Another thing that just comes into my like,
I wouldn't worry about it.
For a milk,
It's like I learned a shit ton. I got to access 2 more forbidden locations I've not been before.
Ooh.
I started multiple rumors. I have lessened the opinion of multiple
Yeah.
people. I've spread misinformation. And of course info.
Wow. Wow. They go punch it.
It's been a very successful
Oh.
session with the cute mess.
my face is wet. My face is wet. I was in so much crying.
I need to put it on there so I can do that without the shields on. Just punch, punch.
Also,
it would make sense.
no.
Motherfucking the barrage wasn't in the
Also,
air.
nothing happened.
This is
Siva called me
Wait a minute, hold on.
almost
Oh.
twice tonight.
If it's the one with the hungry face, it's like, well, see,
Yeah.
one face. You have to put on a new
Oh,
face.
so many voices.
Like,
I'm going over here.
I caught her ahead of time, like during the
Oh.
in her room, her dorm room. It's like, hey, how come you called me Ren mistaken?
When I asked about it,
Also, how dare you? I have the song stuck in my head now. I'm trying.
Chaos. So,
Welcome to the world. We need your definition. Hi.
So you know how there's spirits around the school?
Yes.
So you know how the spirits end up like poking fun at Mel because like I know you could see me. Yeah, no, now they're just calling her a dumbass for a while.
Oh, fun. Okay.
So whenever you see a Mel, you just see the spirits calling her a dumbass and yelling at her to talk to them.
Choking them out.
Damn. Okay.
understanding, so elementals are different from the wind.
It's still, yeah, that's something, because
The wind is
this is true.
and I think
I thought like most of the spirits were just like weaponized ones, but so I guess technically verbal abuse is weaponizing.
definitely something to ask to clarify.
I don't know. People haven't told me anything about the spirits around campus, but Mel can see and hear them. She
Give me a second.
can communicate to them.
Storm.
Wow. Renew your definition.
I actually using this for freaking Mal's playlist, believe it or not. That's funny. Storm, are you alive? I can't believe he's dead. It was nice to hear when I heard the people. It's like, yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't know Ebb and Flow was here.
Welcome to my wow.
Oh my god, if you do Ebb and Flow with that, I'm gonna cry.
Renew your definition. Oh.
Did he really not see
Live.
Kind of.
No, I did not. Literally, the only, like, out of character, the only thing, like, you can wash my VOD if you want.
Is there anything else
Kokkuri
Kokkuri would have asked
you
her?
and Murphy and Diamond Dragon, I was like, I'm gonna check up on y'all. The only thing I saw is you backed
talked
up.
about.
It was a private conversation. You backed up. I took you were scared. I'm like,
I'm trying to remember what we ended up on. It was the.
She said her final thing was that her strong emotion is caring.
Caring, yeah.
And she was going to tell you. She was going to tell you the reason she cares is because she wants to. She cares about the students to carry on the knowledge she's passing down.
Yeah. She would have said that that's admirable, but she can complete that without becoming a spirit. She doesn't have to worry too much about that. At least she didn't think.
I can't believe you made me go through that. And like every time someone asked me, like,
She was also give off the feeling like she is hiding a bit more underneath that, but that
Yeah, she wouldn't push too hard there. She's also really fucking tired after like 4 draws.
Like he doesn't.
Fair enough.
Also, before I hit the bed, funny enough, I encountered a show farting about the spyglass, like you can see rooms. He really had a like holy shit moment. This actually worked very well.
Hey, nice.
I think it was up.
I was like
just letting you know the springs and the.
How was
currently a hot spring right now?
How was the scene with the
I think it worked really well. I gave him a fucking salad and he told us more shit, and I drew 4 times.
Here's a quick and easy explanation.
Damn.
I think.
And then I went to the hot spring and almost drowned. It's too deep! It's too deep! She said it wasn't that deep and it was too deep. And then I went to the one by the garden. What? It's not my fault! Sayori told her that it was shallow!
Listen, Sayori found out and rescued her and brought her to the small one.
The small one. Just fine.
So
that one I like.
I'm assuming the meditation stuff is gonna be like downtime. I'll put it downtime.
Yeah. They can do some meditation stuff. It would probably mostly be on like the cliff nearby the dragon, because that's a really good one.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yes. Because literally, when my character like gets that, he would go there just to calm himself. So it's a perfect place already.
Don't eat them. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to get that out of there because
There was one other thing.
I didn't think so hard about how to.
Sayori would have asked you about the rune on the back, on your back, because she did see that.
Oh.
FYI, Cube has.
I
I believe it. All right.
She would say she doesn't know. Yeah, she doesn't know too much about it, like the specifics of it, because she's not a rune person. Like other people in the order did it, but it's like a what's the term for it? Kind of like a rite of passage.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Did you see that Sayori was also like blocking you while you were grabbing your stuff?
Good night.
Wait, what? Oh, good night.
Good night.
After the drowning part, like when you went to go grab your stuff, Sayori was like body blocking you from Passive and Stone, who were in the training arena.
Oh.
She's like, I don't know if she's getting change or what, but I'm making sure her privacy is secured.
That's fine. Like nomads, they're used to just being by the river. Don't.
Yes, but you also have to remember, Sayori still has that noble mindset of
Yeah, that's fair.
don't be indecent.
As long as my box, as long as my shrine's okay and I just had my stuff in my, it's fine. Yeah. I said it keeps her focused. That's basically what she'd say. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah. Yeah, right. Good talks, good talks.
Where's Birdman? Where did Ty go?
Well, let's see, he does technically talk to some people, I guess. Yeah, good talk.
There we go. This is fucking getting nervous and socially anxious. My god.
Did you say sheesh?
Oh, sheesh! There you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Super.
Yeah, I was nervous and socially anxious, and I was like, what? That's like the only part I know.
Like someone gets too close and like, ah. Gonna keep calling him a terrible liar.
Like this moron, by the way, because this thing has no spatial awareness, no social skills.
I have eyes everywhere. I can see everything. No, we can't.
Yeah, like he does if he's paying attention.
ADHD got it.
It's like, yeah, if he's like just focusing on something, he's like, and then he like loses track of the surroundings. He should see them all the time in the day. He's kind of good.
Yeah, that seemed about right.
But you put something moving slowly in front of him, and he just says,
Shiny. I know exactly what that's like. I know exactly what that's like.
Yeah, you got it. Kokkuri, no.
Shiny. That's the only time I can do that.
There's no fucking way the flux hasn't consumed me for so long, and it keeps randomly in like 1 second intervals of flux.
Once again, I got knocked offline once. It's consistently once every single fucking... Why?
Every session. It's your guess, I'm afraid.
At least this time I didn't get kicked entirely off of VRChat.
That's so true.
Should be distracted by my music notes. They're not that bright. They gotta be like Halo or this thing bright, or like the fucking fireplace inside the cavalry room. I immediately walked in, saw that, and just was like, oh.
He is genuinely gonna pull up the room one day, shit-faced, and he's gonna be like, he will be luminescent.
Oh god.
It's like, that's what happens when he's drunk. He starts just glowing. It's what slimes do when they're drunk. They just glow.
Depends on how bright.
Really obnoxious.
Just immediately like looks up like, oh, welcome back. And just like stuck.
Welcome back. Fucking lose them.
It would suck because he's bright, so he can't do that because it would just be the light in front of him.
Yeah, I know, yeah. He'd be like, fuck, what do I do? He'd probably just go under the bed or something.
Yeah, that would do it. Got up the emission. Fuck. Why everyone do this to me?
Everything bright as shit. It's kind of funny, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Or just at least it's up. As long as they don't have to look down and get stuck, that's where it gets bad. I need to not fuck up my neck more.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I genuinely had such a fun session. I had a great time.
Yeah, it was a good time. Oh, glow in the dark, that might be fun. That's true! Y'all are just fucking bright as shit. You definitely got up the emission, though.
It's 7 in the morning. I'm so cooked.
Rip. I'm probably going to be awake until then.
When you have no idea when I'm running 2 hours.
What the fuck? Why do you do this?
Because when I have fun with things, I have very, very bad habits. One of them being I don't sleep too much.
That's fair.
Indeed, although to be fair, it was out of my control. I was woken up at 9 after going to bed at 7 because my girlfriend arrived at the door and announced.
Oh.
And I was like, who the fuck is at the door? And I was like, what the fuck? I crawl out of bed. I've practically thrown on nothing. I just crawl out like, what the fuck? I open my front door wide, like, what do you want? And she's just there like, can I spend the day? And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, sure, I'll come in. And they were like, where are your clothes? I was like, I was in bed. Like, get fully dressed, you fucking...
Yeah, I feel like you at least put something ahead of time. Like, my god.
Yeah, so I got like all the stuff off my bed, put on the sofa/settee, and then they just watch Supernatural all day and just hang out.
Fair. Just fucking super. Of course, it's Supernatural. Oh. Sheesh!
Immediately.
Sheesh.
I'm so cooked.
Right, no more ties. That's the word.
Yeah, I essentially have my quilt here, just on the sofa with my like pillows and plushies, and I'm just kind of chilling with them. It's really nice.
Yeah, I got my fucking Critical Role fleece. Just the fucking...
Critical Role fleece?
Yeah, a little fleece blanket that they have, or like, no, microfiber blanket, sorry. That's a...
Man.
Yeah, the wild map.
+2 respect points for this. Let's go.
I'm a D&D nerd, what do you expect? Oh. I'm very behind on the third campaign, though, oh my god. Oh, sheesh!
Anyway, I'm hosting a small D&D thing for my friends on Thursday, and these absolute buffoons decided to... Essentially, they discovered that a duke was hosting a slave fighting arena, and they were like, instead of being like, oh, let's stop this, they went, oh, how do we exploit the gambling mechanic here? So what they did was they signed up their devourer, like,
oh no,
as a slave under the name of someone else, and then they went into the pits to fight, and they ended up fighting Mike Tyson.
But... I mean, I can't say anything. My current campaign is like, we've fought Guy Fiery, the ancient red dragon of Flavor Town. Yep. We've traveled to Fuck Island, which only exists as Fuck Island because the DM said fuck when he was saying the name of the island because he couldn't remember it, and it just became Fuck Island.
That is amazing. It seems like the D&D you're in is just as fucking stupid as mine.
I mean, yeah, I've had my like really serious campaigns, and then there's just my Monday campaign is fucking ridiculous. We just fucking shitpost all over it.
Yeah, one of the party members started beefing with a bush. A sentient bush.
I mean, that's
But
fair.
they were just squaring up to a bush. It can't move. It has no arms or legs. It's a bush.
This bush.
Yeah. And the thing is, they pulled up and they said, wow, I've never seen a talking bush before. When one of their party members is a tree.
I mean, still technically true. Still technically true. A tree is not a bush. Oh, good evening. Okay. Have a good night. It was fun. We need to fucking hang more in character. We'll kick the shit out of each other at some point. Alright, bye. I'm actually gonna end my stream now just really quick. Go find your favorite streamer, send them some love. I am very tired and I don't want to get up from this comfy thing right now. Thank you very much for being here. I'll be back on Monday for
No matter what.
MMR, maybe Wardens, we'll see. So until then, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Good night! Bye!
Tell me to join the music pile.
Asexual, polyhedral, disciplinary. I'm proud